Chapter 719. The Overbearing Jun Tianyu. Chapter 719. The Overbearing Jun Tianyu. Don't need to probe. Do you think that I would be so naive? Song Pan did not admit it verbally, but he was startled in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not hesitate, hitting the mark right away. Except that to Yi Yuan, it did not require guessing at all. Just how long has it been since he ascended? The only one with motives to harm him could only be Gu Hong. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, not admitting, is it? Doesn't matter, you'll admit it in a while. Still being stubborn when facing death. Go to Hell. Song Pan gritted his teeth and was about to make a move to kill Yi Yuan. Song Pan as a general, his strength already reached late-stage boundless realm. Killing these three people in front of him was just a matter of lifting a hand. But right at this time, a peerlessly powerful sword intent instantly enveloped him. That virtually destructive pressure actually made his entire person unable to move a muscle. The move had yet to be unleashed, and his entire person froze there, his face contorted. A figure gradually became real from an illusion. It was none other than precisely Jun Tianyu. When Song Pan saw the Jun Tianyu BRIMMING with killing intent, his knees went soft and he almost knelt down right away. Lord Jun, why are you here? Song Pan's forehead was sweating profusely. This murderous D-like figure before his eyes, how could he afford to offend? Even when Lord Head Commander saw him, he had to be very courteous too. Jun Tianyu said coldly, Master Yi is my benefactor. Why do you think I came? He. Song Pan jumped in fright. How could this boy in front of him possibly be Jun Tianyu's benefactor? Are you going to end yourself? Or do you want me to send you on your way? Jun Tianyu said straightforwardly. Lord Jun, please appease your anger. I didn't know that this little brother is Lord Jun's benefactor. Song Pan was crying regret in his heart. Why did he provoke until this killing D without rhyme or reason? But Jun Tianyu said coolly, don't need to explain anymore. You already had killing intent just now. It's enough to sentence you to death. Lord Jun, this is the city guard's main camp. On account of Commander Luo Feng's face, spare this lowly one, Your Excellency. Jun Tianyu's words made Song Pan white as a sheet, kneeling down directly. But Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed and he said, long-winded. Finest. Ing. Jun Tianyu pointed a finger out. A sharp and fierce sword intent pierced right through Song Pan's heart and did not give him any opportunity to retaliate at all. Song Pan still did not dare to believe on his deathbed that Jun Tianyu really killed him just like this. His two eyes gradually became lifeless, collapsing in a pool of blood. Master Yi, are you all right? Jun Tianyu could not even be bothered to glance at Song Pan but said to Yi Yuan concernedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. Senior Jun came very promptly. All thanks to your token. It's just that Senior Jun killing him just like this wouldn't have any problems, right? When the two people bade farewell, Jun Tianyu gave Yi Yuan a keepsake. As long as Yi Yuan crushed the token, Jun Tianyu would rush over very quickly. It was just that Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually use it so quickly. Jun Tianyu said with a smile, this Jun killing a person who dares to say anything? Since I'm here, I'll accompany you to go and meet Luo Feng. All right. I'll have to trouble Senior Jun then. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Jun Tianyu waved his hand and said, what's Master Yi being courteous with me for? Don't keep calling Senior Jun. If Master Yi doesn't mind, just call me Elder Brother will do. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, haha, okay, Big Brother Jun. And, Big Brother Jun, don't keep calling Master Yi either. Directly call me Yi Yuan or Younger Brother will do. Jun Tianyu laughed loudly and said, haha, Younger Brother Yi. Right at this time, a powerful aura came over from the Commander Manor's direction. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front. Who is it? To actually dare act wildly in my city guard's main camp? Yi? Jun Tianyu, it's you? Luo Feng, your subordinate wants to kill my brother. I've already helped you clean up your household, Jun Tianyu said overbearingly. Luo Feng's face darkened and he said, Jun Tianyu, aren't you a little too arrogant? Even if I want to clean up my household, when is it your turn to make a move? Jun Tianyu said coolly, killed him means I killed him. What do you want? You. Jun Tianyu, if you don't give me an account today, the two of us aren't done. Luo Feng looked at Song Pan's corpse, and raged until he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. Jun Tianyu was seriously not giving any face, killing his own subordinate in his own territory. If this spreads out, how would he, this head commander, command the troops? Jun Tianyu said coolly, if it were normally, I wouldn't be inclined to bother with you. But today, I'll make an exception and give you an account. He's called Yi Yuan, my wife's savior. Very soon, he'll be your benefactor too. Just now, this subordinate of yours wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Do you think my reason to kill him is enough or not? Luo Feng's expression changed, and he said, What? Your wife's illness is healed? As the city guard's head commander, Luo Feng was naturally aware of Lu Yiru's illness. In this recent 1 year, Jun Tianyu had been searching for famous doctors for her every day, even going to other cities to find powerful alchemists. But there were no results. Now Lu Yiru's sickness was actually treated by a boy still wet behind his ears. Everyone in ancient opulent city all knew that Jun Tianyu loved his wife dearly. If this was a reason, then it really was justifiable. Jun Tianyu smiled and said, Does Commander Luo feel that I would joke around with this sort of thing? Yi Yuan was planning on treating your chronic illness by coming to the main camp today. Who knew that this subordinate of yours actually wanted to kill him? What's wrong with me helping you clean up your household? Luo Feng's expression changed slightly, and he could not resist shooting a glance at Song Pan's corpse once more. But this time there was no sympathy at all. Deserved to die. It was just that he was still half-believingly and half-doubtful about Jun Tianyu's words and asked, This? He, a measly little divine traversing realm, really have this kind of capability? Jun Tianyu could not help laughing as he said, Your expression right now is exactly the same as when I met him for the first time. Whether or not he has the ability, what I say doesn't count. Just try and you'll know. This. Fine then. Please. What? You say that Song Pan was killed by Jun Tianyu? Gu Hong was alarmed until his voice and countenance changed when he heard this news. Yes. Song Pan had yet to take action, and Jun Tianyu actually rushed there already. Looks like he gave that punk some message token, the retainer said. Gu Hong felt that his head was about to explode. Just what kind of monster was this Yi Yuan? To actually be able to make Jun Tianyu, this kind of character, willingly come forward for him? How can a brat who just ascended have such heaven-defying means? Jun Tianyu's wife was practically sentenced to death already. He could actually bring her back to life? Gu Hong was depressed to the extreme in his heart. This outcome clearly exceeded his expectations too much. Not just Jun Tianyu's wife. The Sun family's mission, Commander Luo Feng's mission, he completed all of them. Intel just came from over there. Not only did Commander Luo Feng not blame Yi Yuan, he sent him and Jun Tianyu outside the main camp with a big smile instead. The 3 people addressed each other with great familiarity like they were blood brothers. Gu Hong was speechless. Chapter 720. Regaining Face. Chapter 720. Regaining Face. Oh, Gu Hong, I heard that an extremely formidable alchemist appeared in the city recently and already treated quite a few illnesses that N.O. body was able to treat, yes or no? The Gu family's family head, Gu Changshan, said. It had already been 5 days' time since Yi Yuan ascended. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan already completed all of the missions he took on without failing a single one. These few missions were all famous difficult and peculiar diseases in the city, virtually missions determined impossible to complete. Yi Yuan, this alchemist who emerged explosively, actually resolved all of the missions one by one. It could be imagined how great a stir it caused in ancient opulent city. Gu Changshan also heard this news today, then called steward Gu Hong over immediately to ask about the situation. The moment Gu Hong heard, his heart involuntarily thumped, thinking to himself, it indeed still came. Ah, there was such a thing? This lowly one didn't go out these 2 days, and really haven't a clue that such a major thing happened in the city. But I reckon that these are all rumors, right? It's fine if it's treating one, but treating a whole bunch is a little too exaggerated, right? I reckon it's that alchemist bragging himself in order to draw attention. Gu Hong exercised his wit. At this time, Gu Hong could only drag it out as long as he could. But Gu Changshan shook his head and said, "It really isn't like that. Today, when I went to City Lord Manor to meet City Lord, His Excellency, I just happened to be UMP into Luofang. He told me personally that the chronic illness he was plagued with for over a decade was treated by that alchemist. With Luofang's character, if the other party didn't have genuine skill, he would not praise unceasingly like so." Gu Hong was bitter in his heart. But since Gu Changshan already said until like this, he could only follow up, like that, huh? Since even Commander Luo said so, then it probably won't be wrong. I wonder who is it, to actually have such capability? Gu Changshan said, heard that it's even a young man who just ascended a couple of days, called Yi Yuan. Gu Hong, you go and find that Yi Yuan. Regardless of what kind of price you have to pay, you must invite him over. Perhaps he can really treat Xianer's illness. Gu Hong was naturally 100 times unwilling in his heart. It was just that Gu Changshuan's words, how could he dare to defy? He could only acknowledge at once, yes, family head. Coming out from Gu Changshan there, Gu Hong was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He never would have thought that in the end. He actually really had to go and beg Yi Yuan. The conversation that day was still vivid in his mind. At that time, he was very scornful of Yi Yuan. But a few days past said, Yi Yuan actually directly became an esteemed guest among the city's upper echelons. Now, even family head actually heard of his reputation before. Forced to go, he, Gu Hong, could not swallow this insult. If he did not go, he could not give an account over on family head's side here too. For a moment, Gu Hong fell into a dilemma. The most crucial thing was that even if he threw out this old face, would Yi Yuan give him this face? He did not leave any leeway at all on that day, and already thoroughly offended Yi Yuan badly. Now, going to beg him once more, wasn't it reaching his face out for people to hit? Gu Hong felt that he had been wronged. Who could have thought that a divine traversing realm boy actually had such enigmatic strength? If it were others, they wouldn't give Yi Yuan any good attitude on that day too, right? Thinking it over, Gu Hong finally stomped his feet and went out of the Gu family's gate. No matter what method he used, Gu Hong must invite Yi Yuan over today. Otherwise, if this matter were made known to family head, he would be dead for sure. 5 days' time, Yi Yuan did the missions and obtained a total of 3,000 merit points. These 3,000 merit points had 20% deducted by City Lord Manor, leaving 2,400 merit points. Yi Yuan gave over half of the merit points to White Light and spent another 500 merit points to buy a residence in the city, but was only left with 700 merit points. This merit points is really hard to earn. Took a lot of trouble and ran around for 5 days and actually only earned 700 merit points. Wanting to obtain freedom is really not an easy thing. Yi Yuan said with vicissitude of emotions. By the side, Jun Tianyu could not suppress laughter as he said, "Younger brother Yi, if these words of yours were heard by the other ascenders, they would probably vomit blood from anger. These 700 merit points, they have to use 1 to 2 years' time before they are able to pool it together. And you only used 5 days. Brother, ye must be joking. Your big brother June lurked in ancient opulent city for close to 100 years' time, and his entire AS sets are merely just several 100,000 of merit points too. At this rate you earn merit points, in a few years you'll be able to surpass him. Luiru covered her mouth and laughed. That's right. Brother Yi, stop boasting in front of me. Lord June's A.S. sets are plentiful, but I, this sort of impoverished person, only have a few thousand merit points. Yu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears as he said. Yu Ming had a wide circle of acquaintances in ancient opulent city that needed to spend large amounts of merit points. So over the years, he did not have much merit points on him at all. Yi Yuan only used 5 days' time, and the merit points earned was already about the same as him. This was indeed quite a blow. Luoru already recovered fully in these 2 days. Jun Tianyu brought her along to express thanks to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100,000 merit points before one can exchange for freedom. This requirement is also truly a little sick. Those ascended martial artists basically have to waste 60 to 70 years of time here. Jun Tianyu said, it has to look at strength and potential still. Some ascenders, once they adapt to the divine realm, their improvement will be very fast, only using a few years' time, and they will have the ability to go take on missions. Roughly around 10 years' time, they will be able to exchange for their freedom. As for those people without potential, give them 100 years, and they might not be able to pool together 10,000 points either. Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was indeed this reasoning. May I ask, is this place Master Ye's residence? The few people were currently chatting happily when a voice suddenly sounded out outside the door. When Yi Yuan heard this voice, he could not help laughing and said to Yu Ming, Big brother Yu, this insult, I'll let you vent it then. Whenever you're satisfied, we'll talk terms with him again. Yu Ming could not help freezing slightly when he heard that and looked at Yi Yuan gratefully. He knew that this was Yi Yuan giving him the chance to regain face personally. Gu Hong's words on that day deeply wounded Yu Ming's pride, and also thoroughly sobered him up. These few years, Yu Ming had always been operating carefully in ancient opulent city, and also gradually build up a bit of fame. But all the way until that day, then only Yu Ming deeply understood that turns out, he was still just a minor character. No one thought highly of him at all. No matter how many things you knew, without strength, you would never get other people's respect. These few days, he followed by Yi Yuan's side and saw Yi Yuan being treated as a distinguished guest by the bigwigs who he did not even dare to think about. He even saw Jun Tianyu kill Song Pan in a blink. Only when one's strength was genuinely powerful could one get genuine respect. Even if he was just a penniless body, following by Yi Yuan's side, he also obtained ample respect. Brother Yi, thank you very much, Yu Ming said gratefully. Chapter 721, Winds of Fortune Change. Chapter 721. Winds of Fortune Change. Hee, younger brother Yu, I wonder if Master Yi is at home? Gu Hong thickened his skin and asked. Gu Hong was a servant to begin with. This skill of shamelessness was much more powerful than a bottom-level martial artist like Yu Ming. Like previously, he was afraid of Gu Changshuan's blame and did not give Yu Ming face at all, finus. Plussing off Yi Yuan with a single blow. Now, he had no choice but to come to his door begging. He even thickened his face and addressed Yu Ming with great familiarity too. Yu Ming sneered when he saw the situation and said, Isn't this Lord Gu? Don't address a lowly person like me as your brother so as to avoid lowering your status. Yu Ming had a stomach full of resentment towards Gu Hong. Not seizing this chance to regain face properly, how would he be liberated in his heart? But Gu Hong did not care about the sarcasm in Yu Ming's words at all. He still had an ingratiating look as he said, Look at what you're saying. I, Gu Hong, am merely a servant of the Gu family, and I am also an impoverished person in this ancient opulent city. Why must younger brother you make things difficult for elder brother me? I know that younger brother you is still unhappy about the incident that day. But elder brother also has difficulties, right? Today, elder brother came firstly to find Master Yi to take action. Another thing is to specially come and apologize to younger brother you. One had to acknowledge that this Gu Hong indeed had skills. The words said were flawless, lightly skating over that day's incident. If it were just a young and inexperienced boy, he would probably shed tears of grat. 1. 2 immediately, addressing Gu Hong as his brother. It was just that no matter how poorly Yu Ming got along, he was a wily old fox too. For Gu Hong to want to pull the wool over his eyes so easily, how could it be something that easy? Heh, Steward Gu, don't give me that. Whatever you have, quickly say. If there's nothing, get lost straight away from me. Master Yi is very busy and doesn't have time to waste on a servant like you. Yu Ming said indifferently. Yu Ming felt liberated in his heart. This had only been a few days, and all the face that should be found were all regained. Didn't you make your father get lost on that day? Now you scram as far as you can get for your father. Didn't you say that your father wasn't on the same level as you on that day? He now you're the servant. Several days pass, said Yu Ming's relations. Hi+P with Yi Yuan already had Tanic changes. Even though Yi Yuan kept calling him as his elder brother, Yu Ming had the self-awareness that he was on a completely different level with Yi Yuan. Just take a look, what kind of people did Master Yi have dealings with? Jun Tianyu, Luo Feng, Sun Maosheng, which one of them was not a major figure in ancient opulent city where the entire city would tremble when they stomped their feet. But even so, Yi Yuan still gave Yu Ming a feeling akin to a breath of spring breeze. Yu Ming saw clearly that what changed was only his own mentality. Yi Yuan's attitude towards him was no different from the start. So in Yu Ming's eyes, Gu Hong was really just a servant, while his ident. 1. Tai was much higher than Gu Hong's. Gu Hong was clearly coming with his back to the wall this time, and was already prepared to give play to his shamelessness to the max. My purpose of coming, is younger brother you still unclear? This Gu wished to request an audience with Master Yi and invite him to take a look at eldest Mrs. Illness. Whatever terms there are, Master Yi can feel free to say. As he was talking, Gu Hong dug out a storage ring and handed it to Yu Ming, saying with a fawning look, "This is a small token from elder brother. Younger brother you, please accept. After the matter is done, elder brother will still have a little something. I know that younger brother is a favorite of Master Yi. As long as younger brother, you make an exception, this matter, we can settle it through discussion, no?" Gu Hong felt pain in his heart. He spent an arm and a leg this time in order to patch his relations. Hi+P up with Yu Ming. In that storage ring, there were 1,000 low-grade earth essence crystals. And these 1,000 low-grade earth essence crystals was already 1/5 of his savings. One had to know that low-grade earth essence crystals and merit points could be exchanged 1 for 1. Which was also to say that Gu Hong gave Yu Ming 1,000 merit points all at once. This was absolutely a huge sum. Yu Ming used divine sense to inspect the storage ring and also palpitated with excitement in his heart. This old fellow was really hemorrhaging this time. But Yu Ming made a difficult expression on his face and said, "This. Steward Gu, not that I'm not willing to help you, it's seriously that Master Yi is really very busy." Gu Hong gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds and actually fished out another storage ring, saying, "Younger brother Yu, I naturally know that Master Yi is very busy. It's just that our family's eldest Mrs. Illness, you're aware about it too. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pag. Oda. Old Gu, I only have this bit of savings too." Gu Ming had a destination toot look, secretly delighting Yu Ming inwardly. He received the storage ring and had a look. Inside indeed had quite a few good stuff. The value was probably around 500 merit points or so too. Fine then. On account of Steward Gu having such sincerity, I'll go and have a word with Master Yi. As for whether or not he consents, I dare not guarantee. Yu Ming said with difficulty. Doesn't matter. I know that younger brother Yu is a favorite of Master. Master will definitely give you this face. Gu Hong flattered Yu Ming vigorously. Yu Ming was naturally enjoying it too. In the past, he behaved like a grandson in front of Gu Hong. Now, the winds of fortune changed. It was Gu Hong's turn to act like a grandson in front of him. This sense of accomplishment was absolutely refres. Hi plus ing. Yu Ming put away the 2 storage rings, turned around, and entered the manor. The moment his figure vanished, Gu Hong's face darkened. Humph! Blind reckless fool! To actually dare climb on top of my head! Dare to take your Grandpa Gu's stuff, really tired of living. After the dust has settled this time, Grandpa Gu will not only make you spit out these things, I'll even let you disappear from ancient opulence city entirely. Gu Hong gnashed his teeth in hatred. Ha ha ha! Satisfying. Really too satisfying. Brother Yi, elder brother, I have always tucked my tail between my legs and behaved obediently in this ancient opulent city. Whoever I meet, I would bow in Scr. A.P. Today, benefiting from the A.S. association with Brother Yi, I can finally raise my head up high. Here, these are the things Gu Hong gave me to show filial piety. This time, he hemorrhaged greatly. Once he entered the house, Yu Ming's entire person felt like he was floating. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Those things are given to you by Gu Hong and also what he owes you. You just keep it for yourself. He wants to take my life. How can this bit of stuff let him clear the hurdle? What's at the back is the real show." Yu Ming was rather embarrassed. Said as he said, "This. Elder brother, I still know my own limitations a little. Gu Hong giving me these were all on account of Brother Ye's face. How can I take it for myself?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Let you take it, so just take it. What's with all the nonsense? If you treat me as a brother, then put it away properly for me." Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Yu Ming hurriedly said, All right, I'll keep it then. However, I've seen through this Gu Hong thoroughly this time. This guy is two-faced, really not any good thing. The last time, he even sent that Song Pan to kill you. This time, he has no choice but to come and lower his head to us. But I feel that he will definitely harbor resentment in his heart. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, Gu Hong is only an unimportant person. He's not worth my effort to go deal with him at all. If he stays quiet, he can still live. If he courts death himself, then I can't be blamed. Chapter 722. An Ear. Chapter 722. An Ear. Gu Hong entered Yi Yuan's manor rather fidgety. Honestly speaking, he still had a bit of confidence in his heart towards Yu Ming. But facing Yi Yuan, he had no confidence at all. Even though there was only a short confrontation once, Gu Hong's impression of Yi Yuan was very deep. Because Yi Yuan said for Yu Ming to return the humiliation to him. Today, it really returned to him. At that time, he thought that Yi Yuan was giving himself a way out. But only now did Gu Hong know that he really had that strength and confidence. On that day, Yi Yuan did not argue from start to end, because he simply disdained to argue. Compared to arguing, Yi Yuan was smacking faces with actions. Entering the main hall, Yi Yuan sat on the seat of honor. By the side, Jun Tianyu and Luoru were seated. Although he had long heard about it, Gu Hong was still unbelievably shocked in his heart. In the mere few days Yi Yuan ascended, he was actually already on equal footing with the Jun Tianyu who made people tremble with fear on hearing. This lowly one, Gu Hong, pays respect to Lord Jun, Master Yi. In front of Jun Tianyu, Gu Hong lowered his posture very low. Either way, coming here today, he was long prepared to be shameless already. but this first sentence of his poked a hole in the basket already. Only to see Jun Tianyu snort coldly and say, "Are the Gu family's servants all so ignorant in etiquette? This is younger brother Ye's manner. You don't pay respect to him first, but you pay respect to me for? Even if it's not here, younger brother Yi is my wife's savior. You doing so, isn't it making me out to be faithless?" And this cold snort directly made Gu Hong's knees turn soft, kneeling down. "Lord Jun, forgive my mistake. This lowly one has no intention of offending you." Gu Hong even had the heart to die. Jun Tianyu's accu. Mulat in ancient opulent city was immensely great, so the first thing Gu Hong thought of was to pay respect to Lord Jun. Who knew that he poked the hornet's nest all of a sudden? "You're an exalted heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. How can you be ranked behind a divine traversing realm boy? Humph! If this wasn't younger brother Ye's manner, you'd already be a dead man now. This is younger brother Ye's place. How to punish is naturally up to him, the owner, to decide." Jun Tianyu said with a cold snort. When Gu Hong heard, all the hair on his body stood on its ends. This one in front of him never needed any reason to kill people before. As long as he felt that you deserved to die, you would really be dead. This point, there were already countless people who used their lives to prove it before, not necessary to go into details. "Master Yi, this lowly one deserves death. This lowly one deserves death. I beseech Master Yi to spare my life." Gu Hong kowtowed frantically, nearly knocking out a large hole in the ground. He did not dare to use essence energy to protect his body at all. Very soon, a large bruise was knocked out on his head. "Brother Jun, younger brother has just moved into this manor. Can't very well kill people right after coming in. It's inauspicious," Yi Yuan said coolly. Gu Hong was overjoyed when he heard and hurriedly said, "Many thanks for Master Ye's grace of not killing. Many thanks for Lord Jun's grace of not killing." But Jun Tianyu said coolly, "Death penalty may be spared, but punishment is hard to pardon." Finished talking, Jun Tianyu wielded his fingers as a sword. A streak of sword chi flew past Gu Hong's ear with a swoosh. Gu Hong only felt coolness at his ear, and did not even react to it. If that finger earlier slanted a wee bit more, his head would explode like a watermelon. But very soon, a piercing pain salt, striking the deepest parts of his heart. "Arg! My ear!" Gu Hong covered the ear with fresh blood flowing out, hurting until he rolled on the floor. "Make any more fuss, even if I give younger brother Yi face and don't kill you here, it's impossible for you to return to the Gu family alive either." Jun Tianyu's words seemed to have come from the underworld. Even if Gu Hong was hurting until he was about to faint, he immediately ceased the howling too. Gu Hong covered his ear, in pain until he was trembling all over. But he did not dare to make even a sound. Sweat flowed down his forehead, pickling the wound by his ear, making it even more painful, like pouring oil onto a fire. Jun Tianyu was obviously not this sort of narrow-minded people. He was deliberately finding fault. This Gu Hong was just an unimportant person to him. If he killed Gu Hong, then he killed. But if Yi Yuan thoroughly offended the Gu family because of this, it would be terrible. The Tao family's destruction made these aristocratic families in the ancient opulence city be on guard too. These few years, the three great families all concentrated on development. Their strength had a very large increase. Although Jun Tianyu was not afraid, he had an agreement with City Lord back then, not to kill Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses as he pleased again, unless he did not wish to stay on in the ancient opulence city anymore. The face of the three great families, Jun Tianyu would not give any thought. But City Lord's face, Jun Tianyu still have to consider it. The City Lord was appointed by a holy land. Even if he, Jun Tianyu, was any stronger, he could not possibly be stronger than a holy land too. Therefore, Jun Tianyu carrying out a slight punishment was solely getting a bit of interest for Yi Yuan. Either way, he only made a move to claim an ear. The Gu family would not dare to do anything. Gu Hong sucked in cold breaths by the side as he said, and Master Ye's anger is vented as well. See, can you take action and save eldest miss? Towards Gu Hong, Yi Yuan naturally did not have the slightest bit of pity. He already had killing intent towards him. Not killing him is already taking into account the Gu family's face. Towards the killing intent which fleeted across Gu Hong's eyes, Yi Yuan chose to ignore. With Jun Tianyu around, forget about Gu Hong, even the entire Gu family did not dare to touch him either. Saving people is okay. But this time is different from taking on the mission. You know it, I already gave you a chance, Yi Yuan said indifferently. When Gu Hong heard this sentence, a hint of regret flashed past in his heart too. If he had relented on that day, and let Yi Yuan go look at eldest Mrs. Illness, he would definitely obtain family head's commendation now and would also not lose an ear because of this. But his regret was replaced by hatred very quickly. Even if he did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan, the people around Yi Yuan, he could touch. After this matter's hype pass. I, Gu Hong, will definitely let you know that I'm not to be provoked. It was all this lowly one's fault. Whatever conditions Master Yi has, feel free to say. Even if he hated to the extreme in his heart, Gu Hong did not dare to have the least bit of dissatisfaction verbally. Instead, he still lowered his posture very low. I want the Gu family's Tli deed for ancient opulent streets luxuriant fragrance hall. Yi Yuan said coolly. What? Luxuriant fragrance hall. Ouch. The moment Gu Hong became agitated, it aggravated his wounds again, hurting until his face contorted in agony. That's right. And Master Yi, this is also too. Can you change the terms? Gu Hong wanted to kill people badly. Yi Yuan this was also demanding a too exorbitant price. However, he had to endure. Otherwise, the one dead would be him. No negotiations. Either agree to my terms or you guys find someone else better. Yi Yuan did not give face in the slightest. This lowly one cannot make the decision. Can you permit this lowly one to go back and report to family head? Gu Hong said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Can give me a reply by tomorrow noon. Or else, there won't be any leeway to talk over. How could Gu Hong still dare to stay? Enduring the intense pain on his ear, he scrambled back to the Gu family. After Gu Hong left, Jun Tianyu asked, Younger brother Yi, this condition of yours is out of my expectations. Could it be that younger brother Yi is planning on establishing a sect in this ancient opulent city? Chapter 723. What's not proper? Chapter 723. What's not proper? The luxuriant fragrance hall. Can a measly little divine traversing realm boy prop up the Civ luxuriant fragrance hall? Gu Changshun said with a cold laugh. Family head, this boy has no respect for our Gu family at all by relying on Jun Tianyu's backing. Gu Hong said with a look of righteous indignation. Gu Changshun looked at Gu Hong with a smile that was not a smile, staring until he had a guilty conscience. Oh, Gu Hong, looks like these few years, I've been too indulgent towards you. Gu Changshun said rather emotionally. Gu Hong's heart thumped, kneeling onto the ground with a thud as he said with a wail, Gu Hong dare not. It's really that they bully others too far. Bully others too far? It was probably you going too far in bullying others beforehand, right? Honestly speaking, you being able to come back alive makes me very surprised. Looks like Jun Tianyu is still rather wary of City Lord, Gu Changshun said. The more Gu Hong listened, the more it felt amiss. Could it be that those things he did behind family head's back, he knew all of it? Once this thought popped up, Gu Hong sniveled even more as he said sobbingly, Family head, you have to stand up for Gu Hong. I went to invite Yi Yuan to take action, but he crippled my ear with any word. This is simply making light of you. Gu Hong did not notice Gu Changshuan's expression gradually becoming cold. Gu Hong, this is the last chance that I'm giving you. Gu Hong trembled, his entire person instantly sobering up. He knew that nothing could be hidden any more from family head's eyes. Gu Hong was an astute man. He knew that everything of his was all given by Gu Changshun. With this, he held nothing back, directly recounting all the things that happened these few days. Of course, what he said definitely had some discrepancies from the actual situation, but there was no way of verifying them. This sort of thing, Gu Hong had long attained perfection in it. Even Gu Changshun could not discern the slightest bit of inkling too. Such as that day he went to remove the mission, he ran into Yi Yuan and Yu Ming. The story was naturally Yi Yuan's strength was measly but looked down on other people, looking even more like a swindler. Hence, that was why he did not let them enter. This point coupled with the condition Yi Yuan raised made people feel that it was the truth even more. Indeed, after Gu Changshun finished listening, the coldness from before diminished a lot, and he said coolly, "Lucky you're honest. If you still dared to intentionally hide it, without the need for Jun Tianyu to take action, I'll send you on your way too." Gu Hong sweated profusely in his heart, feeling like he had toured one round around the gates of H.E.L. and back. But with his understanding of Gu Changshun, he should have cleared the hurdle this time. Family head, Gu Hong was muddle-headed for a moment, such that I led to a huge mistake. Family head, please ponies. Plus it's just that even though that Yi Yuan is formidable, this subordinate don't believe that he's even stronger than Lord Shuming, that's why I would make a move against him. Gu Hong resorted to sophistry. Gu Changshun nodded and said, honestly speaking, I also find it very hard to believe that a divine traversing realm boy can be even stronger than he Shuming. It's just that Qing'er's illness really can't afford to delay. If he wants the luxuriant fragrance hall, give it to him then, as long as he can treat Qing'er's illness. The second day morning, Jun Tianyu and Yi Yuan came to the Gu family. Gu Changshun personally welcomed them. By his side, tagging along was a sagely-looking elderly. After both parties had small talk, Gu Changshun said, Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you for my daughter's illness. Taking people's money to avert disaster for them, this is naturally part of this Ye's duties, Yi Yuan said coolly. He and the Gu family would probably be very hard to become friends, so he was not polite either. Except, that elderly said with a cold smile, age isn't old, tone isn't small. A baby whose hair hasn't grown fully yet actually dares to proclaim to be a master. Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man was clearly the he Shuming from Gu Changshuan's words. Yi Yuan was treating Gu Changshuan's daughter's illness today. Some words, he was inconvenient to say out. Getting this he Shuming over here was in order to say those words inconvenient to say. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, firstly, being advanced in age shouldn't be a bar to ambition. Treating illnesses and curing people, one has to look at true capability. Since Miss Gu's illness isn't cured, then your esteemed self naturally doesn't have this capability. Secondly, the Tli master was all called out by others. I've never professed before, but I never felt that calling me as master is in any way inappropriate. Thirdly, who are you? You don't even recognize this old man and actually dare to utter wild ravings here. Haven't seen this sickness yet and you have an appearance like you can handle anything. Do you really think that you're an alchemy emperor? He Shuming was enraged by Yi Yuan until his beard billowed and he glared. What a joke! Why do I have to know you? Also, even though I'm not an alchemy emperor, Miss Gu's illness, I'm definitely able to treat it. Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Conceited and ignorant kid. Today, if you can't treat Qing'er's sickness, I'll make you pay the price for your wild arrogance. He Shuming was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan. But right at this time, the Jun Tianyu who did not speak all along opened his mouth. Looks like this June hasn't taken action for too long. Ancient opulent city already have some people who don't remember this June's existence. Threatening. Stark naked threatening. But June Tianyu had always been so domineering. Threatening an alchemy saint in front of the three great aristocratic families' family heads, only June Tianyu could do that. Gu Changshun by the side suddenly had an impression. Yi Yuan and June Tianyu, these two people mingling together were simply a perfect match. These two people considered everyone beneath their notice exactly the same, showing striking resemblance of arrogance. He Shuming could not help freezing when he heard that. That imposing momentum earlier immediately vanished like mist and smoke. He lost his head from anger due to Yi Yuan earlier and really forgot that June Tianyu was right beside for a moment. June Tianyu followed right by Yi Yuan's side today constantly, rather like his follower. It was very easy to make people overlook his existence. Haha, everyone says fewer words. Master Yi, Brother June and Brother, he are both this Gu's honored guests. Harmony is precious, harmony is precious. Gu Changshun saw that the momentum was not right and hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Humph. He Shuming gave a cold snort and turned his head over, no longer speaking. Family head Gu, I think we better not waste time anymore. Let's head straight for your daughter there, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan's impression towards the Gu family was not good and was disinclined to waste time here as well. That's for the best, Gu Changshun said. The group of people entered the Gu family's inner chambers and circled one big detour. Gu Changshun actually led Yi Yuan inside a dungeon. This made Yi Yuan very surprised, because he got to know from Yu Ming there that this daughter of Gu Changshuan's was the sole remaining bloodline left from his first wife. Gu Changshun normally doted on her very much. Gu Changshun even took out the luxuriant fragrance hall without any hesitation in order to save her. His doting on her could be seen at a glance. But why did Gu Changshun actually lock her up in such a dungeon which did not see the light of day? The further in they walked, the more unbelievably cold it got. When they walked to the depths, Yi Yuan saw an ice bed. On the ice bed lay a woman wearing a sky-blue attire. But that woman's hands and legs were actually bounded by metal chains. This is my daughter, Gu Qing. Since 3 years ago, she became mentally deranged, killing people on sight. Having no choice, I could only bind up her hands and legs, Gu Changshun explained. Chapter 724. Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading. Chapter 724. Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading. Kill. You're all demons. I'm going to kill you. When Gu Qing discovered that people came, she immediately became incomparably violent, using all of her strength wanting to shake off the constraints of the metal chains. Seeing this kind of situation, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together slightly too. Boy, I've already prepared the Dream Soul incense for you. Are you doing it yourself? As he said, he Shuming threw Yi Yuan a short incense. But Yi Yuan did not reach his hand out to catch, allowing that short incense to fall onto the ground. Dream Soul incense was a type of aromatic which could make people enter sleep. It had the function of pacifying the soul and spirit. Gu Qing's ailment was hard for alchemists to take her pulse. This Dream Soul incense naturally came in handy. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, he Shuming was enraged. Punk, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan said coolly, Miss Gu's illness is currently in a state of outbreak illness at this time. Many things related to the illness will naturally be exposed during this time as well. You use the Dream Soul incense to make her fall asleep. What if you misdiagnose because of this? Don't even have this bit of elementary knowledge. I really don't know how you, this alchemy saint, came about. He Shuming could not help choking up when he heard that. This punk was actually doubting his alchemy saint's strength, but every word of Yi Yuan's was reasonable. He was actually unable to refute. Even the Gu Changshun and June Tianyu by the side, who did not understand, also nodded their heads secretly when they heard. Very clearly, this argument was strong. Gu Changshun could not resist darting a glance at He Shuming. When he diagnosed Gu Qing, didn't he use the dream soul incense to put Gu Qing to sleep? Utterly ignorant. Not using dream soul incense, I want to see how you take the pulse, He Shuming said with a cold smile. Sensing Gu Changshuan's gaze, He Shuming's face was burning too. But not putting Gu Qing to sleep, how to take the pulse? Then you open your eyes wide and look properly. Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and approached closer to Gu Qing a little more. Then, he extended his index finger. A trace of pale yellow silk thread flowed out from his index finger. This fine thread was actually condensed and formed with essence energy. Seeing this scene, He Shuming's expression could not help changing drastically as he let his tongue slip and said, "Essence silk thread pulse reading." Gu Changshun did not know what was called essence silk thread pulse reading. But he could also tell from He Shuming's expression that this move of Yi Yuan's seemed to be very formidable, and he could not help feeling more hopeful. This Gu Qing was born from him and his first wife. The two people were deeply in love. But his wife left this world not long after Gu Qing was born. Furthermore, Gu Qing looked virtually identical to his first wife. Therefore, Gu Changshun also showered her with favors all along. Who could have thought that Gu Qing would actually get such a strange illness? Even He Shuming taking action could not find the cause of the illness too. If even Gu Qing left him too, Gu Changshun would really have a breakdown. Hence, he did not scruple in agreeing to Yi Yuan, using the luxuriant fragrance hall as the diagnosis fee to treat Gu Qing. And at this time, the silk thread spat out from Yi Yuan already gradually crept over onto Gu Qing's arm, then reached into the meridians from her arm. Seeing this scene, Gu Changshuan's face slightly revealed an astonished look too. Even though he did not know what was called essence silk thread pulse reading, this move of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to indicate that he was extraordinary. Martial artists spitting out essence energy was mostly for the sake of pursuing greater destructive power. The control towards essence energy belonged to the crude style. But this move of Yi Yuan's required extremely fine control over essence energy. This point even he, as a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist, could not accomplish it too. This kind of skill, without going through repeated tempering, it was simply impossible to master. As for He Shuming, the astonishment in his heart was even more intense compared to Gu Changshun. Gu Changshun did not know, but He Shuming was an alchemy saint powerhouse. The ancient opulent city's only alchemy saint powerhouse. This essence silk thread reading pulse was an extremely profound pulse reading skill. It had a close to perverse requirement towards control of essence energy and soul force. He Shuming had also attempted to train this skill before. But in the end, he still gave up because it was too hard. Essence silk thread pulse reading was not just condensing essence energy into a fine thread and inserting into a martial artist's body that simple. If that were the case, he could also do it. The hardest part about essence silk thread pulse reading was the probing inside the martial artist's body after entering the martial artist's meridians. The control of essence energy in this could not have the slightest deviation. Otherwise, it would fall short of success and even damage the martial artist's body. This was still He Shuming's first time seeing essence silk thread pulse reading on an alchemy sovereign realm coming from a junior's body. As far as he knew, those able to master this skill were all powerhouses above alchemy saint. This boy was definitely putting on an act. He did not have any way to probe Gu Qing's meridians at all. Yes, it must be like this. Before long, Yi Yuan withdraw his essence energy. That thread of essence energy dissipated immediately. Gu Changshun inquired with a hopeful look, "Master Yi, how is my daughter's illness?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, "A little troublesome." He Shuming perked up the moment he heard and immediately laughed coldly as he said, can't diagnose means can't diagnose. Pretending for what? Like I said, how can essence silk thread pulse reading be so easy to master? Almost got hoodwinked by you, this punk." Gu Changshuan's face fell following that too. The atmosphere became rather odd for a moment. But Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said, "Is that so?" "The troublesome," I said, "was not because I have no way, but because I wonder which moron tied Miss Gu onto this ice bed. That fool completely doesn't have a clue about Miss Gu's illness and summed that this 10,000-year profound ice bed could suppress the mental demon. In the end, not only did it not have any effect, it worsened the illness instead." "What are you glaring so angrily for? I wasn't talking about you." The more Yi Yuan talked, the blacker He Shuming's face became. Yi Yuan's ability to scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry was truly at the acme of perfection. Who else could this fool be other than him, He Shuming? "Boy, I admit that your verbal skills are impressive. Since you say that the 10,000-year profound ice bed is useless, then say what's up with Qing'er," He Shuming said with a black face. Yi Yuan said in amazement, It's really you? Could it be that you, this alchemy saint, was bought with earth essence crystals? Alchemy saint treating people's illnesses, not knowing but pretending to know, is a great taboo. You don't even know this point? You didn't even figure out her sickness and dared to make the Gu family tie her onto the 10,000-year profound ice bed. I'm really in awe of your courage. Are you trying to save people or harm people? He Shuming was almost about to explode from anger. If He Shuming wasn't present, even if Yi Yuan really had the ability to save Gu Qing, he would also smack Yi Yuan to death with one palm. Without any suspense, Gu Changshun gave him a glance with a profound meaning again. "Boy, if you want to be rampant, wait until you ascertain Qing'er's illness before you be rampant. You keep on refusing to say, diverting family head Gu's attention. It should be that you didn't find out the cause of the illness, right?" He Shuming said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Honestly, I feel that your reputation, this alchemy saint, are too exaggerated. You don't even know some basic knowledge of alchemists. When other alchemists are attending to patients, shouldn't you back away a little? I'm not saying naturally because I'm afraid that you'd secretly learn. But with your intellect, even if you secretly learn, you probably can't reach genuine alchemy saint standards either. Forget it. If you want to secretly learn, that's up to you as well. I'm here to tell you that the real cause of Miss Gu's illness is no cause of illness." Chapter 725. Unable to achieve anything, but good at ruining things. Chapter 725. Unable to achieve anything, but good at ruining things, no cause of illness? Are you messing with me? With this, Gu Changshuan's face could not refrain from turning black too. Gu Qing with this half-dead appearance, and Yi Yuan actually said that there was no cause of illness. Simply the biggest joke in the world. Haha. I already said that this boy is deliberately trying to act mystical, right? He doesn't know essence silk thread pulse reading at all, and even pretended in front of us. Truly ignorant. Yi Yuan, you cut Gu Hong's ear, and even opened your mouth wide to demand for the luxuriant fragrance hall. Now, you're actually telling me that there isn't a cause for the illness. Could it be that you really think my Gu family is easy to bully? Brother Jun, Yi Yuan making a fool out of my Gu family like this, are you going to intervene too? Under Gu Changshuan's rage, he even changed his address of Yi Yuan too. If not for being wary of Jun Tianyu, he would have long made a move to exterminate Yi Yuan. Jun Tianyu was at a loss too, uncertain what Yi Yuan was driving at by saying it like this. But he still voiced out, "If Yi Yuan ye came in order to take liberties with your Gu family, your vengeance. This Jun will receive it." The words were still matchlessly domineering. Even if he made war with a large aristocratic family like the Gu family again, he would not hesitate to either. Jun Tianyu you. Simply pus. Plussing others too far. Gu Changsun said furiously. For a moment, both parties became dangerously explosive. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "All relax. So nervous for what? Miss Gu truly isn't ill, but she fell into an illusion and is unable to extricate herself. What did you say? Illusion? How is that possible? Gu Changshun said with a face full of disbelief. Brat, making things up when you can't find the cause of the illness. Qing'er is right in this Gu manner. Who dares to cast illusionary arts on her, and make her enter an illusionary realm? Moreover, Gu Changshun is a heaven enlightenment realm. Somebody made his daughter fall into an illusion, and he actually did not know? He Shuming said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said with a smile, Stop talking already. The more you speak, the more it exposes your ignorance. Therefore, shut your mouth up and listen to me say finish properly, all right? You. Fine, this old man wants to see just what can you say. He Shuming said with a cold snort. Regarding Yi Yuan's excuse, forget about Gu Changshun, even Jun Tianyu did not really believe it. To make people fall into an illusion, it ultimately required some external functions. But with their heaven enlightenment realm strength, they could not detect anything amiss with Gu Qing at all. But Gu Qing was clearly like being possessed, not recognizing her closest kin, her face contorted savagely. This was the strange aspect of Gu Qing's illness, and also the reason why everyone kept failing to find out. This situation already persisted for 3 years' time. If someone cast illusionary arts on Gu Qing, with Gu Changshuan's strength, it was impossible to not detect it at all, unless the caster's strength already reached the level of reaching the heaven. But if there was really somebody who could reach such a level, how could they possibly make things difficult for a little girl? All of these made no sense at all. But Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Family head Gu, I wonder if prior to your daughter being born, has your wife encountered enemies trying to kill her before? Moreover, the other party should have someone skilled in illusionary arts or divine soul attacks. The moment Gu Changshun heard, his expression involuntarily became grim, and he said with a nod, This is indeed so. Back then, my wife was expecting. I brought her along to the Holy Land. In the end, we were ambushed along the way by a group of bandits. That bunch of bandits, their strength were not very strong. But among them had someone whose illusionary arts were very bizarre. Even I almost sucked. You bed to it too. That battle, my Gu family suffered heavy losses. Even my wife was also injured in that battle. Later on, not long after Qing'er was born, she left this world. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Then that's right. Me saying that your daughter fell into an illusion isn't saying that she had an illusionary art cast on her, but it came with her since birth. If my conjectures are right, what that person cast should be a wide-range illusionary art, making quite a few people present all fall for it immediately, right? That's right. Even though this Gu's strength is a little strong, I was also affected terribly by that illusionary art. I paid an extremely dear price for this before barely managing to forcefully escape alive with my wife. We nearly met with our deaths there. Gu Changshun still had some lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the incident back then. Very clearly, it was a very slim chance of survival at that time. At that time, your daughter was in the womb, but her divine soul had already gradually condensed and also suffered some influence. It was just that due to the mother's body's protection, her influence was not too great. But this bit of influence quietly lied low in her divine soul. In the future, if it triggered by chance, it would be like this now, behaving crazily. Therefore, did your daughter suffer some kind of stimulation 3 years ago? Yi Yuan explained. 3 years ago, she took fancy on a punk and wanted to be together with him. But I disapproved and locked her up. Who knew that it actually became like this? At first, I thought that she was feigning madness. But later, only when she actually really killed people on sight did I know that something really went wrong with her. Master Yi is truly G.O.D. to actually deduce the matter back then close to the mark like you saw it with your own eyes just by relying on diagnosing the pulse. Truly impressive. Earlier, how this Gu has given offense, Master Yi, Please don't take offense. Gu Changshun gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You, as a father, I can understand that kind of attitude. But this guy keeps on wagging his tongue here, irritating to the max. That whatever alchemy saint, do you still have anything to say now? If there isn't anything you want to say, can you get lost or not? Unable to achieve anything, but good at ruining things. He Shuming never thought that Yi Yuan actually found the cause of the illness miraculously. Furthermore, his deduction was just like he saw it with his own eyes. Moreover, this kind of cause which lurked in the depths of the divine soul was simply unable to be fished out, all right? Just what kind of method did Yi Yuan diagnose it through? But hearing Yi Yuan say so, He Shuming became visibly stung and said, Stinking brat, what did you say? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Isn't it so? Why is the 10,000-year profound ice able to suppress mental demons? It's because it can have an impact on suppressing the divine soul. This kind of illusionary art which incubates in the depths of the divine soul wouldn't be too dangerous to martial artists. Even if not treated, Miss Gu can completely break through by relying on her own soul force after a few months. But you tied her onto 10,000-year profound ice, suppressing her divine soul, amplifying the effect of the illusionary art instead. Said that you're unable to achieve anything but are good at ruining things. Is that a little light or not? Yi Yuan's words made He Shuming's countenance changed again and again. His lysis was incisive. But this way, he actually became the main culprit for Gu Qing's illness worsening. With this, how would Gu Changshun view him? Indeed, Gu Changshuan's expression changed. His expression when looking at He Shuming became odd. Even though he knew that He Shuming was unintentional, the charge of carelessly treating his daughter could not easily be dismissed. But He Shuming's relations, Hi+P with the Gu family was very friendly. Gu Changshun did not know how he should handle it for a moment too. No matter what, He Shuming was the ancient opulent city's only alchemy saint powerhouse as well. Even though this alchemy saint seemed rather unworthy of the Ti in front of Yi Yuan. Chapter 726, Meteor Trading Company. Chapter 726, Meteor Trading Company. You're making malicious remarks carelessly. If you have the ability, cure Qinger. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense in front of this old man. He Shuming said furiously. Unraveling illusionary arts is just a matter of a wave of a hand. What's difficult about it? Yi Yuan said coolly. He Shuming really wanted to defame Yi Yuan a couple of sentences, but he swallowed his words back down when it reached the tip of his tongue. This boy's means were indeed rather bizarre. Since he could find the cause of the illness, wanting to cure Gu Qing was likely really not something hard. Don't be all talk and no action, He Shuming said coldly. But Yi Yuan did not respond. He just looked at He Shuming indifferently, smiling faintly, and not speaking. When Gu Changshun saw this scene, how could he not know Yi Yuan's intention? He could only say awkwardly, Brother He, how about you withdraw for a bit first for the time being? He Shuming could not help freezing when he heard that. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan simmered with rage. Snort. He Shuming flicked his sleeves grandly and left. The fly is finally gone. Once He Shuming left, Yi Yuan came to Gu Qing's side, muttering incantations from his mouth. He actually recited incantations. Very soon, Yi Yuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire dungeon in waves in Sanskrit. Don't say any more words. Yi Yuan's voice reverberated by Gu Qing's ears, making her expression become as if in pain. But Yi Yuan was completely indifferent towards Gu Qing's plea and still stubbornly recited the incantations. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's reciting voice abruptly stopped. Soul cleansing. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. That faintly discernible voice drifting in the dungeon poured into Gu Qing's sea of consciousness all at once. Gu Qing's entire body trembled but did not struggle anymore. Her two eyes also gradually became limpid from murky. Yi Yuan turned around and said to Gu Changshun, "Family head Gu, your daughter is already fine. But she has already been tied on this 10,000-year profound ice for 2 to 3 years' time. This had considerable harm to her divine soul. I'll give a prescription for a medicinal soup. After drinking, she will recover." Gu Changshun noticed that noxious air on his daughter's body immediately melted into the air after Yi Yuan's cry. Yi Yuan indeed fully cured Gu Qing's ailment. "Master Yi, this Gu is indebted forever," Gu Changshun said in great joy. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Family head Gu don't need to be courteous. I'm undeserving of the gratitude. Family head Gu, don't resent this, ye will do. Dare not, dare not." With the luxuriant fragrance hall changing owners, it stirred up a mighty uproar in the ancient opulent city. The district the luxuriant fragrance hall was at was the most fleuries. Hi+ing district in the ancient opulent city. No matter doing what kind of business here, it could all prosper. To the Gu family, this luxuriant fragrance hall could be said to bring in bushels of gold daily, but it got occupied by a divine traversing realm boy who was little known. When this matter was dug out by people, it made everyone's jaws drop. Everyone was curious how a divine traversing realm boy seized away such a piece of land from the hands of a colossal giant like the Gu family. What made people click their tongues in surprise even more was that the Gu family, as one of the 3 great aristocratic families, actually did not even let out a fart. The time since Yi Yuan ascended was very short. The people he came into contact with were also very few. His ability was only circulated among the ancient opulent city's upper echelons at present. Although many people did not know the inside story, everyone exercised restraint towards this rising force virtually without experts. Because everyone could see that Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu frequently traveled together. Their relation seemed to be very close. Looking at the manner of speech and behavior between the two of them, it did not look like the relations Hi+P between a senior and a junior at all. Rather, it looked like extremely close friends instead. With Jun Tianyu backing him from behind, who dared to act rashly without careful considerations. On this day, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu came to a trading company in the city together. "Younger brother Yi, if you're seeking collaboration, you should go find the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company with the greatest strength. Why do you want to find a small trading company like the Meteor Trading Company?" Jun Tianyu said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan helping to treat Gu Qing's illness with the luxuriant fragrance hall as the condition naturally had his own idea. After entering the divine realm, Yi Yuan could be said to be a lone soul now. Wanting to cultivate rapidly, he obviously needed even more resources. But following the rise in Yi Yuan's realm, his requirements towards resources became increasingly greater too, and more expensive. With his current assets, he simply could not afford it. When at the lower realms, Yi Yuan leaned on a major force like the Wufang city and did not have to trouble over cultivation resources before at all. But after arriving at the divine realm, everything was different. Therefore, Yi Yuan's urgent matter on hand was to earn earth essence crystals, or merit points. If it was like this, selling medicinal pills was naturally the most profitable avenue, and also the channel which Yi Yuan was most skilled in. Since it was selling medicinal pills, he needed a stable source of spirit medicines. Finding a large trading company to supply the goods was naturally the first choice. It was just that what made Jun Tianyu puzzled was that Yi Yuan did not reach for the ancient opulent city's #1 major trading company, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, to cooperate. Instead, he chose a second-rate trading company like the Meteor Trading Company to work together with. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is akin to the sun at high noon in the ancient opulent city. It is virtually occupying half of the country. How can such a major force possibly take fancy on us, a puny little fragrant medicine pavilion? Cooperating with the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, We don't have equal power, nor will they give us this power either. Rather than going to get rebuffed, we're better off putting up with the second best, choosing the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate. The relative size of Meteor Trading Company's business is very small, and they have always been completely suppressed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. I think they should very much want to take a larger share of the ancient opulent city's market. Regarding this new shop's name, Yi Yuan had thought of it long ago. It would be called the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Jun Tianyu was clearly ignorant regarding this area. Only when he heard Yi Yuan's explanation did he come to a realization. But there was one point which Yi Yuan naturally would not tell Jun Tianyu. His friends. Hi+P was quite deep with the Meteor Trading Company's chairman in his previous life. This life, ascending from the lower realms, he naturally had to choose a trading firm he was closer to. So that's how it is. I didn't think that there are still so many tricks of the trade in between this. But I think that when they see those few types of medicinal pills of yours, they will definitely be very willing to cooperate with us. Those few kinds of medicinal pills of yours are simply too incredible, Jun Tianyu said with an excited look. Yi Yuan let him test several kinds of medicinal pills' medicinal effects previously. The result was that it astounded him, this heaven enlightenment realm martial artist, greatly. Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were more than a level stronger than the medicinal pills with the same specifications on the market. More importantly, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were sold cheaper than those medicinal pills. If Jun Tianyu were an ordinary martial artist, he would buy Yi Yuan's medicinal pills without any hesitation. Yi Yuan smiled and walked into the Meteor Trading Company together with Jun Tianyu. Dear customer, may I ask if you need anything? Our Meteor Trading Company has just about everything. Meteor Trading Company, weapons, cultivation methods, you can freely pick. The moment the duo entered, an elderly person immediately came up to welcome and started promoting the stuff in the shop. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Old man, I see that you have few visitors here. Business doesn't seem to be too good. That old man said, Dear customer, don't look at how we have few people here. The things here are all authentic. Not like some black-hearted merchants, specialized in harming martial artists. Young customer, what thing do you want? Yi Yuan said, I'm not here to buy things. I'm here to find you guys to talk business. I wonder who makes the call in the ancient opulence city's Meteor Trading Company? Chapter 727. Testing Pills. Chapter 727. Testing Pills, Talk Business. The old man could not help freezing. I'm the ancient opulence street's fragrant medicine pavilion's owner, Yi Yuan. Oh, it's the former luxuriant fragrance hall, Yi Yuan explained. The luxuriant fragrance hall. You're the luxuriant fragrance hall's new owner? The old man said in surprise. Regarding the news of the luxuriant fragrance hall changing owners, the old man had obviously heard of it too. But he did not pay too much attention. The old man never would have thought that this luxuriant fragrance hall's new owner was actually a divine traversing realm young man. Our fragrant medicine pavilion plans on running medicinal pills business and specially come to find the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate, Yi Yuan said. The old man could not refrain from laughing when he heard that and said, Young man, doing business isn't as simple as you think. You say that you want to do medicinal pills business. I wonder what kind of rank of alchemists that whatever fragrant medicine pavilion of yours have to hold down the fort? Also, what first-rate pill formulas do you have? After the astonishment, the old man was somewhat disdainful towards Yi Yuan. Hair hasn't even grown fully yet, and you're already wanting to come out and do business like others. He knew Jun Tianyu. Presumably, for the Gu family to pinch their nose and hand the luxuriant fragrance hall over was likely still because they feared Jun Tianyu. It was just that the old man was very puzzled why the all-along solitary Jun Tianyu would mix together with a snotty brat. Even though Jun Tianyu was formidable, the old man did not have any fear towards him. Although the Meteor Trading Company's power in the ancient opulent city was weaker, the entire Meteor Trading Company's power was extremely immense. A puny little Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse was simply inadequate in front of them. The old man also had the confidence that Jun Tianyu did not dare to be unbridled here. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "If I didn't see wrongly, your ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company should be a 6-star branch, right? You're merely a 5-star manager, can't make the decision at all. What's the use of talking about these with you?" The old man's expression changed, and he said vigilantly, "How did you know that I'm a 5-star manager? No, wait, how are you so clear about the Meteor Trading Company's branch grading? These things, normal people don't know at all." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to care about this. Just care about bringing me to go see the person who runs things will do." This old man was clearly also just a shopkeeper, and could not make the decision at all. The Meteor Trading Company's head manager should be a 6-star manager. With Yi Yuan's relations, HI+P with the Meteor Trading Company's chairman, knowing this point was too normal. The old man was just about to refuse when a melodious voice came from the inner chamber. "Let Mr. Yi and Lord Jun come in." The old man was helpless when he heard that and could only bring Yi Yuan Duo in. When Yi Yuan heard this voice, he could not help being rather curious. Could it be that the head manager in this ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company was actually a woman? The duo following old Duan into the inner chamber. Indeed, they saw a woman wearing a veil sitting at the left-hand side. Beside her even stood an elderly person who was shockingly a Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse too. Seeing Yi Yuan Duo enter, their gazes could not help sizing Yi Yuan up. And the moment Yi Yuan came in, he naturally sized this woman up as well. This woman was merely a boundless realm martial artist, but sat on the chair while that Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist was actually standing behind her. Looks like this woman's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. Mr. Yi is actually aware of my Meteor Trading Company's grading system. Truly unexpected. If it's convenient, can you tell Qian'er where you got to know it from? The woman called Qian'er took the lead to speak first. Yi Yuan said, "Business is business. If Miss Qian'er is interested, this Yi can slowly tell you in the future. But this Yi came today with sincerity to talk about cooperation." Qian'er did not pester too much on this topic. Even though ordinary martial artists did not know about the Meteor Trading Company's grading system, it was not some secret either. But she was very curious. Yi Yuan was poor and had nothing. What was he using to cooperate with her? The matter that happened in the city these few days, Elder Duan did not know, but she was crystal clear. As a major trading firm, if she could not even find out about this bit of information, she did not need to mix around anymore either. Yi Yuan, this youth, was absolutely not as simple as seen on the surface. Disregarding other things, just this Jun Tianyu following Yi Yuan like a guard was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Fine then. Since Mr. Yi doesn't wish to say any more, then let's dive right into the topic. Your fragrant medicine pavilion can be said to have zero foundation in ancient opulent city. Although there is Lord Jun convoying, it probably won't be that easy to want to gain a firm foothold. This transaction won't do just by relying on martial strength. Doesn't Mr. Yi have the suspicion of wanting to gain something without risking anything of your own by finding us for cooperation? Qian'er said without mincing her words at all. Actually, Qian'er did not think this way in her heart at all. For Yi Yuan to want to establish the fragrant medicine pavilion, he had to choose a trading company to cooperate. But Yi Yuan did not choose the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, but came straight to the Meteor Trading Company. It was sufficient to discern Yi Yuan's wisdom and farsightedness. It was just that she did not feel Yi Yuan could have any confidence to collaborate with her either. But Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's location made Qian'er very moved. Hence, that was why she let Yi Yuan come in. If the Meteor Trading Company took over the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, then they would surely be able to cut down the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's S.P.A.C., letting the Meteor Trading Company open up the market in the ancient opulent city. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's site was seriously too good. Qian'er was not thinking of cooperation at all in her heart, but the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion subordinating to the Meteor Trading Company. Hence, she was aggressive right from the start. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Miss Qian'er don't need to scheme in vain. My Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is only seeking a source of goods and doesn't have plans to become any force's subordinate. However, as long as Miss Qian'er promises to provide the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion with a supply of goods, this Yi can guarantee to increase the Meteor Trading Company's market share to 20% within half a year. Qian'er's gaze involuntarily sharpened when she heard that, but she revealed a disbelieving look. It was just that her expression was obstructed by the veil, so as to not be too impolite either. The Meteor Trading Company's market share in ancient opulent city now did not even reach 10%, being crushed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company until they could not raise their head. If they could increase to 20%, that would absolutely be a tremendous improvement. The profit in this was not a small amount. Except Yi Yuan was a puny little divine traversing realm. On what basis could he achieve this? 20%? Isn't Mr. Yi talking in your dreams? Our Meteor Trading Company entered the ancient opulent city a little late, but it's been 10 years already too. But in this 10 years' time, we only opened up less than 10% of the market share. You want to increase our share to 20% in one go. Isn't this boasting a little too exaggerated? Qian'er said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, 20% is just a conservative estimate. If both parties collaborate happily, 30% isn't impossible either. Don't be in a rush to doubt first. Take a look at these few medicinal pills before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan reached his hand out to the table and wiped. 5 to 6 kinds of medicinal pills appeared in front of Qian'er. Mystic Dew Pill, Purple Heart Pill, Tier 5 Essence Restoring Pill. These medicinal pills are all common wares. Could it be that Mr. Ye's reliance is these? Qian'er's tone revealed thick disappointment, feeling like her calling Yi Yuan in was a complete waste of time. But Yi Yuan said smilingly, Miss Qian'er, don't be impatient. Why not sample these few medicinal pills first? Chapter 728. Respect. Chapter 728. Respect, Mr. Yi, I don't know where your confidence came from. But I feel that the only way of working together between us is the luxuriant fragrance halls deed. You offer the land, I offer manpower and goods. This way, everyone will be happy with the collaboration. Very clearly, Qian'er already lost interest in continuing to talk with Yi Yuan, directly putting her cards on the table. As for these medicinal pills in front of her, she could not even be bothered to try them at all. If it was Tier 6 medicinal pills in front of her, then fine. But with some run-of-the-mill Tier 5 medicinal pills, Qian'er normally would not even give it a look. What was there to sample? While at this time, Jun Tianyu, who was silent all along, finally opened his mouth. Miss Qian'er, don't be mistaken. We came to find the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate, not to seek your charity. Once these few medicinal pills appears on the market, it will absolutely be able to bring a rather scary profit. We came to find your Meteor Trading Company first is to give you guys the opportunity to open up the ancient opulence city's situation. Once we find other trading companies to collaborate, it will probably be even harder for you all to survive in the ancient opulent city. These few types of medicinal pills looked very unremarkable, but the profits contained in them were absolutely terrifying. Even if Jun Tianyu did not understand these, he also knew that this was a chance that Yi Yuan was handing out to the Meteor Trading Company, and not the Meteor Trading Company giving alms to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. It was just that this kind of opportunity not everyone could grasp it. Whether or not they cherished it would be up to themselves. Heh, what high-sounding sentiments! A tiny force who doesn't even have alchemy ancestors actually wants to provide an opportunity for our meteor trading company? Said the elderly man behind Chiener with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he also felt that this manner of saying things was too comical. Without alchemy ancestor powerhouses, it meant they were unable to refine Tier 6 medicinal pills. The profit from selling 100 Tier 5 medicinal pills did not have as much profit as selling 1 Tier 6 medicinal pills either. These few medicinal pills in front of them were all common wares, the most ordinary Tier 5 medicinal pills. There was not much profit to speak of at all. What kind of waves could such medicinal pills stir up? The fragrant medicine pavilion wanting to gain a firm foothold in the ancient opulent city by relying on these few medicinal pills without even an alchemy ancestor was simply the greatest joke in the world. Yi Yuan stood up when he heard that and lightly wiped the table, putting away the medicinal pills. Lightly sighing, he said, "Me coming to find you guys to cooperate was taking into account that I have some relations. Hi+P with the Meteor Trading Company. But Miss Chiener's judgment seriously makes people not quite dare to flatter. No wonder the Meteor Trading Company came to the ancient opulent city for already as long as 10 years and still can't handle the situation. Since we can't see eye to eye, farewell." Yi Yuan knew that his cultivation realm at present was hard to convince the public. This kind of result was actually within his expectations too. But with his character, he would not deign to extol his own medicinal pills at all. Yi Yuan knew that with the Meteor Trading Company's strength, they definitely already knew of his actions some time ago in ancient opulent city. If they were merchants with foresight, finding him to cooperate now was absolutely a wise move. Looking at it now, it was his wishful thinking. Finished talking, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu headed out in tandem. When Chiener heard Yi Yuan's evaluation, her delicate body involuntarily shuddered, feeling like she suffered tremendous humiliation. The ancient opulent city kept failing to get a larger share of the market. This was indeed a worry of hers. Yet, Yi Yuan digging open her scar without any mercy still made her somewhat unable to tolerate it. "Halt!" Chiener suddenly stood up and shouted. But Yi Yuan was like he did not hear it, continuing to walk out. Chiener's dainty fists clenched tightly, and she shouted once more, "Yi Yuan, I asked you to stop." But Yi Yuan still did not stop, looking like he was going to go out soon. Right at this time, that Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse behind Chiener moved. Chi. Yet, when his figure had just moved, a peerlessly fierce and swift sword Chi also arrived instantly. Boom! The elderly man fell back several steps in a row before he could barely manage to stop his figure. Very clearly, he lost this round. But because of him taking action, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu stopped moving. The old man was a Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse. Although Jun Tianyu was powerful, he was not powerful to the extent of disregarding him either. I've long heard that Jun Tianyu's sword intent is unparalleled. Seeing it today, it indeed lived up to its name. The old man praised him. "You flatter me." However, while the transaction didn't work out, our amicable relations, Hi+P is still there. If you're like this again next time, then don't blame me for not being courteous. Jun Tianyu said coolly. Just arrogant. Even when facing a colossal Titan like the Meteor Trading Company, Jun Tianyu similarly dared to utter threats. The elderly man's expression changed slightly, but he really did not dare to make a move. That sword earlier was just a modest display of a master's skill, but it already let the old man see Jun Tianyu's might. "Miss Chiener was just asking you guys to stay. Why must your esteemed self be so overbearing?" said the elderly man with a somber look. Jun Tianyu said coolly, "The matter of the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Yuan makes the call for everything. Since he doesn't wish to stay, I naturally won't stay either." Chiener's and the old man's expressions changed slightly when they heard that. The exalted ancient opulent city's #1 swordsman actually listened to a divine traversing realm brat's orders. This simply made people dare not believe it. Previously, they all thought that between Jun Tianyu and Yi Yuan there was a relations, HI plus P of equals. Looking at it now, it was totally not like this. What difference was there between the current Jun Tianyu and an underling? After the shock, Qian'er came before Yi Yuan with quick steps and extended a palm out to him, saying with a huff, "Give it to me. I want to see just what miraculous aspects these few common wares of yours have, to actually give you such great confidence." Although Qian'er's face was rather obscure being separated by a veil, without needing to look, one would also know that she was a little girl in a fit of pique right now, wanting to prove that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills had not a single redeeming feature. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "I gave you the opportunity earlier already. You didn't grasp it yourself." Qian'er said coldly, "Humph," pretending to be mysterious. "Your medicinal pills are probably a pile of trash, right?" Yi Yuan shot Qian'er a glance rather surprisedly. Why would the Meteor Trading Company send such a young lass over to manage affairs? This kind of judgment, this kind of forbearance, how could she possibly manage a trading firm well? Currently, the Meteor Trading Company striding forward with difficulty in the ancient opulent city was probably all because of this little lass, right? Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, Qian'er felt like she was being humiliated by people. If Jun Tianyu looked down on her, she absolutely would not be so livid with rage. But what did Yi Yuan count as? He was just a measly little alchemy sovereign. Moreover, a brat who was still wet behind his ears. If you say that it's trash, then it's trash. What's the point of debating over this now? Miss Qian'er, if you want to negotiate, straighten out your attitude first. I've made known my attitude right from the start. I'm here to seek a collaboration, not looking for alms. You want to obtain other people's respect, but first you have to learn to respect others, Yi Yuan said coolly. Qian'er could not help becoming stiff when she heard that. This brat was actually lecturing her. When she was commanding the wind and clouds in the trading firm, this brat was still drinking milk at G.O.D. knows where. He actually dared to lecture her. Fine. I'll give you adequate respect. But if those medicinal pills of yours are all a bunch of trash, what then? Qian'er sucked in a deep breath and said somberly. Chapter 729, Profits. Chapter 729, Profits. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "How about this? If my medicinal pills can't make the cut, the fragrant medicine pavilion is yours. I only want 10% of the profits. If my medicinal pills make the cut, you guys provide the medicinal herbs, we're responsible for refining the pills. Profits are 70% for me, 30% for you." Qian'er's brain revolved very quickly and answered immediately, "Fine. Bring the medicinal pills over. I want to see just what miraculous areas those common wares of yours have." Yi Yuan smiled and took the medicinal pills out once more. Qian'er's head over the medicinal pills and was going to stuff it into her mouth when she was stopped by the old man. "Miss Qian'er, better let me." Qian'er pushed aside the elderly man's hand and said indignantly, "It's fine. I don't believe that he dares to poison me to death." As she said, Qian'er threw a Tier 5 essence restoring pill straight into her mouth. See. King her head like putting on a show of force. Yi Yuan did not respond. He just quietly waited for Qian'er's reaction. Merely thus. "Yi Yuan, you lost. Isn't this Tier 5 essence restoring pill the same as normal ones? Even the taste is." And Qian'er's words were said halfway when it was swallowed right back down. The expression on her face became interesting as well. Qian'er was a boundless realm medicinal pill. Tier 5 medicinal pills did not have much effect on her. But the good and bad of medicinal pills she would know with a try. At this time, the expression on Qian'er's face became extremely fascinating. Even when separated by a veil, it was also able to make people sense her shock. How is this possible? Qian'er muttered under her breath. Miss, what's wrong? Could it be that his medicinal pills are really different? Asked the elderly man curiously. But Qian'er did not reply him, picking up the mystic dew pill and swallowing it down directly. With this, the expression on Qian'er's face became even more unthinkable. Following that was the Purple Heart pill. By the time she sampled all of the medicinal pills, her entire person was trembling. Miss, what's the matter? When the old man saw Qian'er's reaction, he could not help getting rather worried. Qian'er suddenly grabbed hold of the old man's arm and said agitatedly, Elder Duan, these medicinal pills simply have limitless potential. With them, we can definitely open up the ancient opulence city's market. No, we can definitely drive out the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. So exaggerated? Just what miraculous aspects do these medicinal pills have? Elder Duan also said curiously. Qian'er said agitatedly, Of course it's this exaggerated. These Tier 5 medicinal pills, each type of medicinal effect are 40 to 60% stronger than medicinal pills of the same kind. Once such medicinal pills are rolled out, what kind of demand do you think it will incur from divine traversing realm martial artists? Elder Duan's pupils constricted slightly as well when he heard that and said, How is that possible? These few types of Tier 5 medicinal pills are all extremely mature medicinal pills. It's simply impossible to increase that much medicinal efficacy. Qian'er said excitedly, That's why I say that not only can we gain a larger share of the ancient opulent city's market, but we can also squeeze out the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Qian'er's eyes emitted light as if already seeing the outcome of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company being completely beaten down. Are these few medicinal pills of mine still passable? Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. More than just passable. It's simply too incredible. With these medicinal pills, our Meteor Trading Company. Qian'er's words were said halfway when she noticed Yi Yuan currently looking at her with a half smile. Only then did he come to realize that even if these medicinal pills were any more incredible, what relations did they had with her? Yi Yuan said with a smile, With Miss Qian'er's attitude, my medicinal pills should be considered a pass. Then our agreement. Can it be honored or not? Qian'er could not help freezing when she heard that and said with an embarrassed look, Earlier, what I said were all words said in anger. Can we talk it over again or not? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, A gentleman never goes back on his words. How can things agreed upon be reneged? But I'm not a gentleman. I'm a girl. Qian'er twisted logic to win the argument. So what then? Actually, I really brought sincerity here this time. Originally, my plan was to divide 50-50. That way, everyone will be happy. I gave your Meteor Trading Company the opportunity. It was you who didn't grasp it yourself. Whatever you say now is already too late. Yi Yuan was not moved and said indifferently. It was fine if Yi Yuan did not say it. The moment he said it, Qian'er regretted. She despised Yi Yuan in such manner earlier, and even wanted to swallow up the fragrant medicine pavilion. Looking at it now, it was simply foolish to the extreme. In this short while, the Meteor Trading Company lost 20% profit straight away. This made people too depressed. Qian'er could foresee that as soon as these medicinal pills entered the market, there would absolutely be massive amounts of earth essence crystals rolling in. 20% profit was absolutely generous to the extreme. But now, could it be that she had to let 20% profit sink into the water? Qian'er was very unresigned. Her eyes swiveled around and recalled the words Yi Yuan said before leaving. She opened her mouth and said, Didn't Mr. Yi say that you have some relations? HI+P with our Meteor Trading Company? Qian'er apologizes to you here. On account of our two families' relations. HI+P, give back the 20% profit to us, all right? Talking until the back, Chiener's words even had somewhat of a spoiled child's overtone. Her voice was nice to listen to. If it were a guy, their bones would probably turn limp under such an attack. Yi Yuan was, of course, moved as well. But this sort of outcome was Chiener's own fault. He would not sympathize. Miss Chiener don't need to waste your efforts already. Things that this Yi decided, and body is able to change it. The profit I can give you guys now is only 30%. If you guys aren't willing, I can find other trading firms to collaborate. I believe that this Ye's medicinal pills should interest quite a few trading firms, Yi Yuan said resolutely. Of course, there would be quite a few trading firms who would be interested. The medicinal effects of the medicinal pills increased 40 to 60% from the original base. Such a substantial increase was simply a martial artist's must-have. This sort of medicinal pills, how could other trading companies possibly not be interested? Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude so resolute, Chiener regretted inwardly. Except, she could also tell that Yi Yuan really did not plan on yielding. Stinking brat. Since when has this grandaunt begged people so meekly and humbly before? You actually fail to appreciate the favor, Chiener said indignantly in her heart. These words, she just thought about it in her heart, but did not dare to say it out. Angering Yi Yuan, then there was really no collaboration anymore. Chiener said helplessly, fine then, I yield. 30% means 30% then. It's just that the medicinal effects of your medicinal pills are so strong. The cost probably rose quite a bit, right? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Miss Chiener rest assured. The cost of these medicinal pills is only 70 to 80% of those medicinal pills out there. What? Why, you aren't joking, right? The medicinal effect increased so much, but the costs are lower than ordinary medicinal pills instead? Chiener nearly jumped up. Hoo-hoo, this Yi doesn't have the habit of cracking jokes. The Meteor Trading Company can send people to supervise the consumption of medicinal herbs as well as the output of medicinal pills. If this Yi is lying, it will naturally be clear, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chiener already did not know what she should say. She currently felt that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. She, this manager, was seriously too lacking in vision, losing 20% profit in vain. Chapter 730. Discount Promotion. Chapter 730. Discount Promotion. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was the ancient opulent city's largest trading company and also occupied the most profitable districts in the ancient opulent street. It just happened to be facing the new Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opposite the street. Now that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was about to open for business anew, many people naturally adopted a wait-and-see attitude as well, having a look if this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could cause any impact to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company or not. Different from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's business scope was rather extensive. Whatever martial artists required, they virtually dabbled in all of it. But to talk about what was the most profitable, it was undoubtedly still medicinal pills. No reason other than medicinal pills were one-off consumable goods. It was indispensable to martial artists. Regardless of where martial artists walked to, they could not be missing medicinal pills on them. If two martial artists' strength did not have a big difference, when fighting to the end, a lot of times, what they fought out with were actually medicinal pills. Alchemists' statuses were lofty. This was also a very important reason for it. With the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opening for business, as the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's chairman, Zhua Xin obviously would not be that at ease. He got the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head alchemist, also the ancient opulent city's one and only alchemy saint powerhouse, He Shuming, to come over and discuss countermeasures. Alchemy Saint He, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opposite, is going to open for business tomorrow. They already let out news that there are several types of medicinal pills about to appear on the market. Could it? Zhuo said rather worriedly. If it were before, Zhuo absolutely would not be worried about a divine traversing realm boy. But now, even He Shuming became Yi Yuan's defeated opponent. He had no choice but to place emphasis on it. Hearing Zhuo words, He Shuming was also annoyed inwardly. But he still said coolly, "Rest assured, Chairman. Yi Yuan, this brat is at the very most just a measly little alchemy sovereign. How big a wave can he stir up? Even if his medical skills are overwhelming, it's futile if he can't find Tier 6 medicinal pills too. I want to see just how he will use Tier 5 medicinal pills to gain a firm foothold in this ancient opulent city." Actually, Zhuo thought this way in his heart too. But he was really quite uncertain on what move to make. Was Yi Yuan really a young calf who did not fear the tiger, or was he simply a fool? Picking up the gauntlet opposite of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, where did his confidence come from? As the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's helmsman, Zhuo was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the city recently. But he also knew that those people Yi Yuan cured, Tier 6 medicinal pills, were not used at all. This also indicated that Yi Yuan could not refine Tier 6 medicinal pills. One had to know that the greatest consumer group in the ancient opulent city were Boundless Realm martial artists. Below Boundless Realms were mostly impoverished people. Even though this group was extremely massive, those who truly had consumer power were not many. I wonder if Alchemy Saint he has any countermeasure? Zhuo inquired. He Shuming said with a cold smile, "Rest assured, Chairman. I've already arranged a grand show. I want to take a look at what mood this brat would have when this fragrant medicine pavilion goes out of business on the first day it opens for business." Hearing He Shuming said so, Zhuo set his mind at ease too. But he asked curiously, "Grand show? What kind of grand show?" You'll naturally know at that time. However, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has to take some action too. I want to make Yi Yuan, this brat, unable to survive even a day in the ancient opulent city." He Shuming said coldly. Although the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was helmed by Zhuo, He Shuming's status was extraordinary. It was also exactly because they had He Shuming that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company could overpower the SSES, sitting firmly on the throne of number 1 all along. Zhuo nodded his head when he heard that and said, "That's of course. I've already made the arrangements. Starting from tomorrow, all of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Tier 5 medicinal pills will be sold at 20% discount. If the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion has Tier 6 medicinal pills, our Tier 6 medicinal pills will also be sold at a discount." Chairman is indeed experienced and vicious. Giving out an offer of 20% in one go. We can crush them completely in terms of price. He, a newbie, I don't believe that he can afford a war of attrition with us. Most likely, they would have to wind up shop in a few days. He Shuming laughed delightedly. No idea what kind of price the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion paid either, to actually be able to make the Meteor Trading Company back them up from behind. But I think that the price they paid is definitely not small. But that Yi Yuan is indeed a clever person. If finding a backer in the ancient opulent city with their strength, the Meteor Trading Company is indeed the most apt, Zhuo said. Hearing that He Shuming also prepared a big move, the anxiety in Zhuo heart also went away. With both simultaneously, this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was bound to not operate for long. That brat has nothing at all apart from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's tea, deed. Other than this tea, deed, what else can he take out? He Shuming said. Zhuo nodded his head in agreement too. He thought so as well. The next day, early morning, the ancient opulent street's Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opened for business. For the sake of the grand opening this time, the Meteor Trading Company also put down an arm and a leg. They revamped the entire fragrant medicine pavilion's decorations to a brand new look. Just looking at this shop front, it was absolutely not inferior to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company opposite. Once the surrounding martial artists saw this stance, this was completely taking up the challenge with the opposite. But when these martial artists saw this sort of situation, they were secretly gleeful in their hearts too. With two major trading companies challenging each other, it could not dispense with some price war. The medicinal pills which they originally did not dare to sell could be sold this time. Although they did not feel that the fragrant medicine pavilion could sustain for long, in this period of time, it was the most economical time for them as ordinary martial artists. The fragrant medicine pavilion's side had yet to officially open for business when the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager already opened up its front doors and yelled at the top of his voice, "Everybody, my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has always received everyone's great kindness. So we decided to give back to our friends. Starting from today, for 1 month, all of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Tier 5 and below medicinal pills will be sold at 20% discount without exception." 20%. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Heaven's Destiny Trading Company really poured in blood capital this time. Yeah. The quality of Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's goods is very good. But the prices are all very pricey too. Moreover, it always remained high and never went down. This time, in order to squeeze this newly opened fragrant medicine pavilion, they are actually selling at 20% discount for a month straight. Haha, even though we don't hold much hope for this fragrant medicine pavilion, we still have to thank them. Did you guys hear that or not? This fragrant medicine pavilion doesn't even have one alchemy ancestor powerhouse. They can only sell medicinal pills below tier 6. And I've heard too. This kind of strength, how could they dare to challenge Heaven's Destiny Trading Company? The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has Alchemy Saint, he holding down the fort. Who cares? Either way, it's good that we buy medicinal pills cheap. The manager's words caused a huge uproar among the martial artists. Very soon, the martial artists originally planning on crowding around and watching the fragrant medicine pavilion's grand opening all ran inside the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company one after another. For some time, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was thronged with visitors inside, like a market, while the fragrant medicine pavilion's side appeared quite deserted. But there were still some martial artists who remained here still. These martial artists were mostly low on funds. Even if the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were selling at a discount, they had the heart but were lacking in strength regarding those medicinal pills too. Hence, they wanted to try their luck at the fragrant medicine pavilion here, to see if they could pick out some good stuff at a low price. After all, a low-grade medicinal store that only sold Tier 5 medicinal pills, the price presumably should not be very high, right? Chapter 731. Challenging the Dojo. Chapter 731. Challenging the Dojo Lord Chairman is really brilliant. With the prices of these medicinal pills being lowered, it attracts even more people to come and buy these Tier 5 medicinal pills. At this rate, our sales are probably going to be several dozen % more than before. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager was filled with admiration towards Zhuo Xian in his heart when he saw the throngs of people. Zhuo Xian smiled and said, "Lowering prices normally, that is lowering your status yourself. But once opponents appear, us lowering prices happens without extra effort. Speaking of which, we still have to thank this Yi Yuan. But this sort of method can only be used for a short while. It will be detrimental without benefits over a long time. Your Excellency is wise. Hoo-hoo, don't need to curry favor. We've already made our move on our side. The next step will be up to Alchemy Saint He," Zhuo Xian said smilingly. Zhuo Xian was aware of He Shuming's displeasure towards Yi Yuan. Therefore, he would definitely make Yi Yuan unable to bear the consequences of failure today. This set of combination blows landing, He did not believe that a brat still wet behind his ears could withstand it. At their store, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's manager said with an indignant face, "This Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is seriously too shameless. This is our first day opening for business, and they used this kind of measures. Too insidious." The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's manager was that elderly man Yi Yuan saw on that day when he went to Meteor Trading Company. The elderly man's name was Li Huixing. He was a manager with a very long record of service and credentials in the Meteor Trading Company. Yi Yuan's manpower was seriously limited for such a big fragrant medicine pavilion. But Qian'er attached very high importance to this collaboration, practically pouring in the entire Meteor Trading Company's strength into the fragrant medicine pavilion. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not refuse. This sort of thing like management was actually not what he was good at. A master specialized in his own field. Yi Yuan did not like to stick his nose into other fields for everything. Li Huixing was indeed very experienced in this area. The Meteor Trading Company running badly was not because the management was bad. Of course, such a large fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Yuan could not possibly let the Meteor Trading Company occupy a nest which wasn't theirs. He arranged for Yu Ming to be an assistant of Li Huixing. It was learning in name, but actually there was also the intent of monitoring the management. Yu Ming never would have dreamed that he would be able to manage such a large medicinal store one day. As long as Yi Yuan was able to gain a firm foothold on this ancient opulent street, Yu Ming could be said to soar to the skies in one bound, enjoying all manners of wealth and glory. Being around Li Huixing, he did not need to be responsible to Li Huixing. He was only responsible to Yi Yuan. Regarding this, Yu Ming's feelings of gratitude towards Yi Yuan already could not be expressed using words. The investment in Yi Yuan back then was simply too worth it. Yi Yuan's manpower was lacking. He even took in Yu Ming's brother, Qing Jiang, too. The two people quit their Ascension Pool guarding duty and wholeheartedly stayed here at Yi Yuan's side. If it were others, wanting to break away from the city guard's army was naturally not that easy. But after Yi Yuan let Luo Fang know, this was merely a piece of cake. Apart from this, Yi Yuan even helped Rindong and Xiao Rian got 2 Tai tokens. This way they could openly appear in front of people. Back then when they ascended, Yi Yuan was afraid of incurring trouble and kept Luer and the rest into the vast heaven pag. At the final juncture. Now Yi Yuan was considered to have gained a firm foothold in the ancient opulent city. Getting 2 Tai tokens was naturally nothing hard. With this, the manpower on Yi Yuan's side was just enough. Through a period of training, Xiao Rian and Rindong both broke through to the Alchemy King realm. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, their strengths were far greater compared to ordinary alchemy kings. Letting them refine Tier 4 medicinal pills was achievable. The group of people bustled about, but they were very resentful toward the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's actions. Zhuo Xian, that old fellow, is shrewd and planning something bad. Mr. Yi is challenging them right opposite of their store. It's impossible for them to allow us to grow unchecked. Using this sort of despicable means is also within reason. When our Meteor Trading Company had just arrived at the ancient opulent city, we wanted to get a foothold on ancient opulent street too. Weren't we also squelched by them until we could only go to another place? If it wasn't like this, how could we possibly not be able to open up the situation all the way until now? Qian'er said. Very clearly, even Qian'er also acknowledged that this Zhuo Xian was very formidable. To be able to develop the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to this sort of degree, Zhuo Xian contributed tremendously. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Don't need to complain anymore. If they don't take some measures, it would be weird instead. Selling on discount this sort of means is not considered much either. I think the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company likely still has other cards to play." Qian'er was alarmed when she heard that and said, "Still have other measures?" This. What kind of measure would it be? Yi Yuan was just about to speak, when he looked over outside the door and said with a smile, "Isn't it here now?" The group looked over towards the entrance and saw 7 to 8 people flood inside the fragrant medicine pavilion all at once. These 7 to 8 people were all wearing alchemist attires. The 6 stars on their chest were very dazzling, and one of them even had 7 stars on his badge. Who could it be but He Shuming? These 7 to 8 people, the ones with the lowest strength, were middle-rank alchemy ancestors too. His ancient opulent city only has a total of around 10 alchemy ancestor powerhouses. 7 came all at once. Alchemy Saint, he is truly skillful. Yi Yuan, I said to transfer our Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouses over, but you just refused. Now we are going to suffer a huge loss, right? Qian'er gnashed her teeth in hatred and said, "The Meteor Trading Company naturally had alchemy ancestor powerhouses too. Moreover, it was even a high-rank alchemy ancestor. The collaboration this plan, Qian'er planned to let him come and hold down the fort at Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, but was rejected by Yi Yuan firmly." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Just a few alchemy ancestors. Doesn't count as anything." Just a few. Alchemy ancestors? Qian'er was speechless. You yourself are only at alchemy sovereign realm, alright? Moreover, this alchemy sovereign was even an alchemy sovereign without an alchemist badge. They could not refine tier 6 medicinal pills, so they were destined to be crushed by these alchemy ancestors, let alone that there was still that alchemy saint, he glaring at them like a ravening tiger. Yi Yuan, this old man heard that your new shop opened for business and specially invited a few people in the same line over to pay tribute. What? We are not welcomed? He Shuming greeted Yi Yuan with a big smile from far away, rather like old friends. It was just that even a moron also knew that He Shuming was a weasel paying respects to the hen, with no good intentions. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was at the opposite Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's alchemy saint. How could he possibly be here to support the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Challenging the dojo was more like it. The martial artists surrounding and watching outside became spirited at once. They did not expect that this was just the first day opening for business, and both parties already had swords drawn and bows stretched. Alchemy Saint, he made a move personally. There was a good show to watch now. This Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wouldn't close down on the first day it opened for business, right? Yi Yuan went forward to welcome with a smile too, saying in a clear voice, "If there are friends coming to congratulate, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is naturally most welcoming. But if there are mad dogs coming to bark crazily, we'll naturally serve with dog beating stick. Alchemy Saint he, I wonder which type are you?" The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had long witnessed Yi Yuan's sharp tongue before and had sufficient mental preparations this time. He laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "These few people in the same line heard that a medicinal store strong enough to rival the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company opened on ancient Opulent Street. There must be an alchemy path master with a stonies. HI+ing strength holding down the fort. We came today wanting to bear witness to this alchemy path master's strength. Yi Yuan, I wonder where this alchemy path master is?" Chapter 732. Gallant Promise. Chapter 732. Gallant Promise. Seeing this sort of provocative action, Jun Tianyu's brows knitted together slightly. Towards this He Shuming, he did not have much of a favorable impression. For the sake of Lu Yiru's illness, Jun Tianyu had once dropped in to visit He Shuming before. But because He Shuming cherished his feathers, he was not willing to take action. He Shuming was afraid that he could not cure it, so he did not dare to take action. The last time Yi Yuan went to treat Gu Qing, He Shuming's attitude made Jun Tianyu dislike him even more. Who knew that this guy actually came to provoke again today, finally infuriating him. He Shuming, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is opening for business today. Are you making light of this June like this? Jun Tianyu gave a cold snort. A powerful sword intent released involuntarily. He Shuming's expression changed slightly, but he did his best to keep a calm exterior and said, Brother Jun, saying this, it can be seen that the fragrant medicine pavilion doesn't have confidence. Brother Jun can send me packing today. But after today, I'll see if there is anyone who dares to come to the fragrant medicine pavilion to buy things. Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed when he heard that, but he could not very well make a move. He knew that the doubts about the fragrant medicine pavilion outside now were considerable. If they avoided and did not fight today, it would probably really be like He Shuming said, no one would come and buy their things. Opening and doing business, what it stressed was harmony breeds wealth. Even if Jun Tianyu's martial strength was any greater, he was also not able to convince others from the heart. Even though he clearly knew that He Shuming did not have good intentions, his alchemy Saint Tli was right there. It was fine if they fought, but the fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation would be utterly fouled. The panic in He Shuming's heart vanished when he saw the situation and said with a smile, We came today purely to communicate and exchange notes among alchemists. Why must Brother Jun be so hot-tempered? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly voiced out, What kind of a communication style does alchemy Saint He want? Just state it out clearly will do. He Shuming was secretly pleased when he saw Yi Yuan accepting the challenge. But he feigned surprise on his face and exclaimed, N? Could it be that that expert in the fragrant medicine pavilion is Yi Yuan yourself? Could it be that such a large fragrant medicine pavilion of yours doesn't even have an alchemy ancestor powerhouse holding down the fort? This is also too shabby, right? With this, the surrounding martial artists could not help discussing softly. What? I even thought that the rumor was false. Opening such a large medicinal store in the most bustling place on ancient Opulent Street, how can there possibly be not even one alchemy ancestor? Looking at it now, it was actually true. A medicinal store without even a single alchemy ancestor. Can the medicinal pills sold be eaten? I really have no idea where Yi Yuan's confidence comes from, to actually dare open a medicinal store with this kind of strength. We'd better go to the opposite Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to buy medicinal pills. Although the rumors said that the fragrant medicine pavilion did not even have an alchemy ancestor, everyone actually did not really believe it. To dare challenge the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, one at least had to have a high-rank alchemy ancestor holding down the fort too, right? Messing around for half a day, and there was only one alchemy sovereign? Even if this alchemy sovereign was any more abnormal, what use was there? Qian'er wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The skeleton in their closet was exposed with this. She felt that her face was thrown all the way back to her grandma's place. Even for those medicinal pills which could not be refined, employing their Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestors to put on a facade was good too. Now, things were great. How could an alchemy sovereign convince the public? Yi Yuan smiled very calmly and said, There is naturally an alchemy ancestor. But due to various reasons, he is unable to make it today. Everyone, what my fragrant medicine pavilion trade are Tier 5 medicinal pills, but we likewise accept Tier 6 medicinal pill transactions. However, Tier 6 medicinal pills must be booked in advance, and the spirit medicines are provided by yourselves. Everyone rest assured. The Tier 6 medicinal pills produced by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion are absolutely better than any other stores in the ancient opulent city. What high-sounding sentiments! Before bragging, you don't gauge your strength either. Aren't these words uttered from the mouth of a puny little alchemy sovereign the biggest joke in the world? An alchemy ancestor powerhouse laughed coldly when he heard that. This was a high-rank alchemy ancestor named Su Cheetah. His strength was only second to He Shuming among this group of alchemy ancestors. He was not to be underestimated. Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills. These medicinal pills were shockingly all Tier 6 medicinal pills. Although our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's alchemy ancestor powerhouse is unable to make it here, he left behind several Tier 6 medicinal pills. The few of you all claim to be alchemy ancestors. I wonder how many are able to refine this standard of Tier 6 medicinal pills? Yi Yuan said coolly. Tier 6 transcendent grade. Once the medicinal pills appeared, He Shuming and the others, their expressions all changed. The few medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hands were actually all Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills without exception. Even though these people were alchemy ancestor powerhouses, to want to refine Tier 6 transcendent grade, it was still a little forceful. Even He Shuming, this alchemy saint, had to depend on luck to refine Tier 6 transcendent grade too. The number of Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills in the entire ancient opulent city was probably also just as many as in Yi Yuan's hand. It could be imagined how precious these Tier 6 transcendent grades in Yi Yuan's hand were. How on earth did this brat find so many transcendent grade medicinal pills? Looks like the Meteor Trading Company specially transferred over quite a number of transcendent-grade medicinal pills from other places for the sake of this fragrant medicine pavilion. Can a mere few transcendent-grade medicinal pills intimidate us? He Shuming was the first to react and said with a cold smile. In his view, Yi Yuan's Tier 6 transcendent grades could only be transferred over from other places by the Meteor Trading Company. Otherwise, who else was able to refine so many Tier 6 transcendent-grade medicinal pills in this ancient opulent city? But Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Is that so? I can promise everybody here that custom ordering Tier 6 medicinal pills from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, prepare 3 sets of spirit medicines yourself. The worst of the medicinal pills turned over to everyone will also be Tier 6 high grade." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This sort of promise was seriously too domineering. Even the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company did not dare to easily make this kind of promise either. Alchemy ancestors refining Tier 6 medicinal pills, if it was not those common medicinal pills, there was a very high likelihood of ruining the medicinal pills. Just 3 sets of spirit medicines were able to guarantee at least Tier 6 high grade. This kind of promise was seriously too confident. He Shuming's face was black as the bottom of a bot. If the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion really had this kind of ability, who would still go to their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to buy medicinal pills in the future? Yi Yuan, aren't you bragging too hard here? Be careful of giving yourself a slap when you can't do it when the time comes. He Shuming sneered as he said with a black face. Alchemy saint, he really likes to worry. Whether I'm able to do it or not, time will naturally prove everything. Today I sent the word out. Everyone present all can bear witness. If my Fragrant Medicine Pavilion can't do it, we'll compensate 100 times of the spirit medicine's value. Yi Yuan said gallantly. Murmur. Yi Yuan's words ignited the surrounding martial artists all at once. The prices of Tier 6 spirit medicines were not cheap to begin with. If compensating according to 100 times, once or twice was still fine. If the number of times goes up, even a colossal giant like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company probably would not be able to afford it either. This promise of Yi Yuan's was too extreme. Either the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion collapses directly, or the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion soar to the sky in one move. If Yi Yuan could really do it, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would likely be pushed down too. He Shuming himself was no longer calm as well. He could not quite grasp whether Yi Yuan really had this confidence, or was he making an empty show of strength. Chapter 733. Compete with my disciples. Chapter 733. Compete with my disciples. I want to pre-order 1 Tier 6 Dragon Tiger pill. I want to pre-order 1 Spirit Heart Sacred Rain pill. I want to pre-order. Even Boundless Realm martial artists were no longer able to remain calm when they saw so many transcendent-grade medicinal pills. Transcendent-grade medicinal pills, what did this signify? This was a guarantee. A guarantee that this medicinal pill was able to reach the limits of the medicinal efficacy. In front of transcendent-grade medicinal pills, no one was able to maintain composure. For a moment, the entire fragrant medicine pavilion fell into chaos. Up here, down there, were all boundless realm martial artists wanting to pre-order Tier 6 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't be hasty. Otherwise, we totally won't accept your request. Those with the intention, head over there to line up and register. The first batch is only accepting pre-orders from 100 customers. Bring the spirit medicines and pill formula to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion within 3 days. Half a month later, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will deliver this batch of medicinal pills together, and we will accept orders for the second batch of people at that time. Everybody rest assured. Earlier, I said that the lowest is high-grade medicinal pills. Actually, the majority should be all superior grades, even possibly transcendent grade. As for high grade, it should be lesser. If we're really only able to refine out high-grade medicinal pills, everyone, please don't mind." Once these words were said, those boundless realm martial artists clamored one after another in a mad rush to be first and lined up over at one side. Yi Yuan's words made each and every one of them even more incredibly thrilled. The likelihood of high grade was very low, with the majority being superior grade, even possibly transcendent grade. This kind of promise was sufficient to make all the martial artists crazed. When He Shuming saw this scene, his face instantly became black as the bottom of a pot. "Yi Yuan, you're boasting so much, I really want to see how you wind it up. If you can't hand over the medicinal pills half a month later, I'll see what face you still have to have a foothold on ancient Opulent Street." In He Shuming's view, Yi Yuan was completely smacking his own face in order to look imposing. These alchemy ancestors present were all extremely formidable figures, but there had never been anyone who dared to make this sort of promise before either. A puny little alchemy sovereign was actually rampant to such an extent. This kind of promise was simply smacking the faces of these alchemy ancestors. One had to know that medicinal pills being superior grade and above all basically had to depend on luck. Especially transcendent grade medicinal pills, the probability of emerging was already infinitely close to zero. But Yi Yuan said that the likelihood of high grade was very low, while the majority were all superior grade medicinal pills. Where did this kind of promise place them, these alchemy ancestors? To dare make this sort of promise, looks like the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion really has a capable person aiding it. I wonder if owner Yi can invite him out or not to let everyone broaden our knowledge. Suchita seriously could not put up with it and voiced out. Yi Yuan said, "I already said that he isn't around today. Aren't you putting people on the spot here? Besides, how can an alchemist who is able to casually refine superior grade medicinal pills be what trash like you guys can meet whenever you want?" All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's words became incomparably incisive, directly making this group of alchemy ancestors out to be Traz. Plus you. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant. A measly little alchemy sovereign actually dares to make impertinent remarks to alchemy ancestors. If we, these alchemy ancestors, are trash, then what are you? Could it be that, cultivating until today, you don't even know rudimentary pecking order? Suchita was the first to react to it and was directly choked badly by Yi Yuan. Alchemist rankings were extremely strict. When low-level alchemists saw high-level alchemists, for them to act with a pupil's mannerism was also very commonly seen. Alchemist was an occupation completely reliant on accumulation, experience, and accruing of knowledge. All these required time to bring to success. For alchemists to want to jump realms and defeat their opponents, it was much, much harder than martial artists. So under normal circumstances, even at the same realm, between initial rank, middle rank, and high rank, there was an extremely large gap too. A heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan was absolutely in the minority. Of course, if an alchemist could acknowledge an alchemy emperor at the level of Yi Yuan as master, their starting point was naturally much higher compared to these ordinary alchemists. Only then was there the possibility of crossing realms to battle. Yi Yuan said haughtily, "I only respect the strong. Your strength is too weak. In my eyes, it's total trash. Why do I have to respect you all? Moreover, you all are clearly here to challenge the dojo. Still want to talk about pecking order with me? Don't you find it laughable?" Good, good, good. Yi Yuan's words thoroughly infuriated Suchida. He uttered 3 goods in succession, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and said, "A measly little alchemy sovereign actually dares to utter wild ravings. I want to see what capabilities you have to dare call us a group of alchemy ancestor powerhouses, Traz. H. Plus boasting needs the courage to boast. Dare to compete or not?" Yi Yuan said scornfully, "Competing with a bunch of trash like you guys, you aren't qualified enough yet. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know how to talk big? You saying this, is it conceding?" Suchida said with a big laugh. "Conceding? You're thinking too much. What I meant was that your level is only fit to have a contest with my disciples. Rendong, Rian, come over." Rendong and Xiao Rian froze when they heard that. They also did not expect to be called out by Yi Yuan at this time, arriving by Yi Yuan's side blankly. Seeing this scene, Suchida's face went green. But Yi Yuan did not care about his expression. He instructed the duo, "The 2 of you, educate them well what is called alchemist." Even though the 2 followed Yi Yuan for a very long time already and knew that Yi Yuan's strength was overwhelming, dealing with these alchemy ancestors shouldn't be a problem. But to let them do it, they were rather jittery. But in front of so many people, they could not yield either. They could only toughen their scalps and said, "Yes, master." Pooh-hoo! With this, many people could not hold it in and let out laughter immediately. Qian'er could not refrain from laughing, her entire person shaking with laughter, and said to the elder Duan beside in a low voice, "This Yi Yuan is really too bad. To even be able to come up with this kind of lousy move. He doesn't go himself but let his 2 disciples go up, making 2 alchemy kings compete with alchemy ancestors. Even if they lost, Suchida would probably get stench all over himself too." Elder Duan shook his head too and said with a laugh, "This boy is indeed deriding. But it's very practical. With this, Suchida is checkmated viciously but can't wind it up." Suchida was angered until his chest was like puffing bellows. Only after some time did he catch his breath and said in a great rage, "Yi Yuan punk, you're bullying others too far. You let 2 alchemy king realm babies compete with this old man. This is insulting this old man. Alchemy Saint He, I recommend to ally up all the trading firms in the entire city and boycott this fragrant medicine pavilion." He Shuming also did not expect that Yi Yuan would come up with this kind of low blow. But outside of his fury at this time, he was somewhat filled with lingering fear afterward. If it were him provoking Yi Yuan just now, it would probably be even more awkward at this time, right? His U.S. Trias name was almost ruined in this punk's hands. Hearing Suchida said so, He Shuming immediately responded, "Yi Yuan, you're too condescending. To actually insult seniors like this. Today, He Shuming had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by Yi Yuan rudely. Yi Yuan said, "Alchemy Saint He, this Yi Yuan doesn't have the intention of joking. Aren't you all here to challenge the dojo? I'll give you this opportunity today. Let's compete for 3 rounds, how about that?" Chapter 734. Disciples Requesting Battle. Chapter 734. Disciples Requesting Battle. Oh? Compete for 3 rounds? How to compete? He Shuming asked rather interestedly. "Up to you to pick. Let's pit soldiers against soldiers, general against general. You compete with me. Then pick 2 out among these garbage alchemy ancestors to compete with my disciples." Yi Yuan said very indifferently. Only he was indifferent. The others were not calm. An alchemy sovereign leading alchemy kings to challenge an alchemy saint bringing 2 alchemy ancestors? This punk wasn't soft in the head, right? More importantly, Yi Yuan actually handed the initiative over to He Shuming, allowing him to pick the event. If He Shuming picked what he was good at to compete in, wasn't this extending his head out for people to chop? Haha, Yi Yuan, I know that you have some capability, but you making light of heroes under the heaven like this will cost you dearly. Or maybe you wish to use this kind of method to make me have misgivings about my reputation and let you off today? He Shuming said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, You're overthinking. How about this, since it's a compet? 1. Tie-in, then let's add some stake, how's that? He Shuming was slightly startled, thinking to himself, could this boy be for real? What stake? If I lose, the fragrant medicine pavilion is yours. You lose, give me 100,000 merit points. This deal, it's a sure win without losing anything for you. How about it? Dare to compete or not? Yi Yuan said directly. Qian got anxious when she heard and hurriedly said, No way. This sort of compet. 1. Tie-in is unfair in itself. Yi Yuan, you're treating it too much of a child's play like this. He Shuming laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, looks like even your own people aren't optimistic about you. Yi Yuan completely ignored Qian and said to He Shuming, Doesn't matter. I have the final say here. Good. Since it's already said until like this, if I still don't agree, wouldn't it let the heroes of the world scoff? But are 2 parties competing, it can't be each side believing that they are right, that both sides have their merit. Got to find a person to preside over, right? He Shuming said. I'll preside over, how's that? A deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded out in the crowd. Everyone looked over where the voice came from, and they saw a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothing sticking out. He even brought an attendant alongside him, but Yi Yuan recognized that he was precisely the city guard's army's head commander, Luo Fong. A figure able to make Luo Fong tag along as an attendant, his ident. 1. Tai was also obvious. City Lord, Your Excellency. Why have you come? He Shuming said in astonishment. This person was precisely ancient opulent city's city lord, Ing Tianya. Yi Yuan had heard of Jun Tianyu mentioning this person before. Even the lofty and proud Jun Tianyu's appraisal of Ing Tianya was very high too. If say there were still people Jun Tianyu was apprehensive of in this ancient opulent city, there was only this Ing Tianya. Ing Tianya walked out slowly from the crowd, carrying the unique bearing of a sovereign, and said with a faint smile, This Ing heard that a Master Yi newly emerged in the city, and even opened a medicinal pill store on ancient opulent street, so I came over to have a look on a spur of the moment. But I didn't expect that alchemy saint he is actually competing with Master Yi here. I wonder if this Ing has the qualifications to take on the post of the person presiding over? He Shuming hurriedly said, City Lord, Your Excellency is in such a mood. This he is absolutely honored. Ing Tianya nodded his head and looked at Yi Yuan, saying, Does Master Yi have any objections? Yi Yuan said smilingly, No objections. Ing Tianya chuckled and said, Fine then. This Ing will witness the splendor of my ancient opulent city's 2 pinnacle masters. I wonder what you 2 wish to compete in? Attentive people could tell that Ing Tianya's words placed Yi Yuan and He Shuming on equal positions. This made them very surprised. Yi Yuan was merely a puny little alchemy sovereign. He could actually let City Lord His Excellency regard him with special attention like so? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders when he heard that and said, Doesn't matter to me. Up to him then. Yi Yuan's atti. Too deeply wounded He Shuming's pride. Seems like under this kind of circumstances, the one displaying an indifferent attitude should be him, right? This brat really knew how to seize the limelight. Competing in pill refinement with a measly little alchemy sovereign, other people will definitely say that I'm bullying you. How about this, let's compete in fire control. How's that? He Shuming said with a cold smile. Shameless. I heard that alchemy saint he is strongest in fire control. Isn't this bullying people? Indeed rather shameless. But who asked that Yi Yuan to posture himself? He's only at the alchemy sovereign realm, yet he had to pretend to be like an alchemy emperor, indifferent about anything. Then he would naturally have to pick what he's good at. Actually, with alchemy saint he's strength, even if he doesn't choose fire control, Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory either, right? Yi Yuan is biting a little more than he can chew. Once he lose, the entire fragrant medicine pavilion will be lost to him. He Shuming's reputation in ancient opulent city was extremely great. Everyone all knew that what he was most proficient in was fire control. He actually chose the fire control he was most skilled in at this time. It was seriously quite contemptible. The fragrant medicine pavilion made some simple preparation work. Because fire control did not require too complicated stuff, therefore, it was finished preparing very fast. During this period, Qian'er had been nagging by the side constantly. Clearly, she was very displeased with Yi Yuan's decision. Although she knew that Yi Yuan had some skill, doing so was truly a bit too risky. Reaching alchemy saint realm, which person would be mediocre? Moreover, even if Yi Yuan's means were heaven-defying, what about his two disciples? What Rindong and Xiao Rian had to face were alchemy ancestor experts. Could his disciples be as heaven-defying as him too? Rindong and Xiao Rian duo dragged their feet to Yi Yuan's side and said softly, Master, Yi Yuan smiled as he patted Rindong's shoulder and said, It's fine. Just take it as a game and bring out your usual training standards will do. Even if we really lose, worst comes to worst, we'll start over from the beginning once more. With Master's capabilities, what does a tiny little fragrant medicine pavilion count as? Furthermore, the disciples that Yi Yuan taught, if they can't even beat a few mongrels, then that's too disgraceful. In his past and present life, Yi Yuan only took in these two disciples. These few years, Yi Yuan spared no efforts in teaching them to, and never keep things to himself. The two people's improvements, Yi Yuan took it all into his sight. Therefore, he was plenty confident in them too. After a round of words, although it was unable to dispel the two persons' worries entirely, it made them set their minds at ease considerably. Yeah, a tiny little fragrant medicine pavilion, what did it count as to Yi Yuan? The two people exchanged glances, secretly cheering themselves on. Everything prepared, Su Chita took the lead to fall out of the ranks. Looking at Rindong and Xiao Rian, he said with a scornful look, Two little babies, don't blame this old man for bullying you guys. Want to blame, then blame that unreliable master of yours. It's fine if he's ignorant, but he even made his disciples come out and lose face. Rindong was indignant once he heard that and immediately shot back. You old fogey, master, he can mess you up just with one finger. Just who is losing face, we'll know in a while. Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Master, disciple requests to battle. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Go then. As he said, Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small and exquisite lotus flower appeared. It was precisely one of Fiery's clones. At present, Fiery and Yi Yuan's mind were linked up. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could lend essence fire to anybody for use and would not get a backlash. Take it. Teach that old BASTARDA lesson properly. Chapter 735. Fire Tree, Silver Flower. Chapter 735. Fire Tree, Silver Flower. Alchemy King and Alchemy Ancestor were separated by two major boundaries. But alchemists' duels were different from martial artists. A difference of two major boundaries between martial artists, even for a monster like Yi Yuan, he could not salvage it too. But among alchemists, outside of competing in pill refinement, alchemy kings still had a possibility of winning alchemy ancestors theoretically. Of course, that was also just in theory. If without heaven-defying inheritances, for an alchemy king to want to win an alchemy ancestor, that was basically sheer nonsense. The ACCU, mutations and experience of an alchemy ancestor were simply not what alchemy kings could compare to. Especially with fire control, experience had a crucially important effect. That was the ACCU, mutation on countless times of pill refinement. Rindong and Xiao Rian's age were placed right there. No one felt that they could match up to a veteran alchemy ancestor like Su Qida in terms of fire control. Actually, even Rindong himself did not have the least bit of confidence either. Alchemy ancestor expert, this was a boundary that he did not even dare to think about in the lower realms. And now, he was actually going to compete in fire control with such a powerhouse. But Su Qida's words earlier infuriated Rindong. Yi Yuan was akin to a God in his heart now. Su Qida's words touched his reverse scale. No matter what, I must have a match with this old fellow properly. Even if I can't win him, I can't lose face for master either. Rindong secretly resolved himself. In other people's view, this was a compet. 1. Tie-in completely without chances of victory. But Rindong knew that master's round was absolutely a cruise. HI+ing victory. Competing in pill refinement, the present Yi Yuan was indeed unable to refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. But if competing on fire control, so what if the person was an alchemy saint powerhouse? Begin then, brat. I want to take a look at just how formidable the disciple taught by an alchemy sovereign is. As he said, Su Qida's essence energy spat out. A CLU ester of red flames appeared in his palm. His fingers fiddled with the red flame, as if strumming a zither, dancing, giving people a feeling of soothing and relaxation. In between this, he even raised his head to look at Rindong from time to time, but he saw that Rindong still did not move. He just watched him control fire stupidly. Seeing this scene, Su Qida was even prouder of himself. Truly too formidable. Indeed well deserving of being an existence second only to alchemy saint, he in ancient opulent city. This fire-controlling skill is probably only inferior to alchemy saint he's. Alchemy ancestor experts are alchemy ancestor experts. Without repeated training and tempering, how can it be possible to master this level of fire-controlling skill? Today is really an eye-opener. Alchemy ancestor Su's fire-controlling skill is already so formidable. Then formidable to what degree is alchemy saint he? Hearing everyone's praises, Su Qida was even prouder of himself. He still had some strength left over at this time, so he had the thought of flaunting his skill. The movements of his hands sped up more. With this, it aroused more marveling. Rather, it was Rindong who still looked at Su Qida blankly, and actually seemed like he forgot to take action. Hey boy, you aren't dazed from watching, right? Hohu, indeed an inexperienced brat who has ever seen the world before. Broadened your horizons today, right? He Shuming was even more delighted to see that Rindong was frightened silly. Su Qida winning this match, the fragrant medicine pavilion was basically half in his hands already. How could he not be delighted? Rindong seemingly only came back to his senses at this time and said absent-mindedly, this is the fire control of alchemy ancestor realm? Otherwise, what do you think? Boy, you're still young, experiencing some setbacks isn't much. With your age, to be able to cultivate to alchemy king realm is considered not bad. Either way, the fragrant medicine pavilion won't exist anymore in the future too. Why not you come under my tutelage? I'll impart you even more ingenious fire-controlling skills. He Shuming guided gently and actually started hing away his opponent's people already. He did not perceive the meaning in Rindong's words at all, and he even thought that Rindong was taken by surprise by Su Qida's fire-controlling skill. That was why he would let out such an emotional sigh. When Rindong heard, he knew that He Shuming was mistaken. He shook his head and said, If this is the fire-controlling skill of alchemy ancestor realm, then me winning him shouldn't be too difficult. He Shuming was stunned when he heard that. This brat actually dared to mess with him? He was just about to fly off the handle when Rindong moved at this time, only to see him beckon with one hand. The fire lotus bloomed, similarly forming a small CLU's tur of flames. Following that, Rendong's hands started moving dreamlike, while that small CLU's tur of flames actually grew into a small tree under his spurring. Furthermore, it was strikingly vivid and lifelike. That small tree gradually germinated, growing out branches, becoming luxuriant. The originally still somewhat noisy fragrant medicine pavilion suddenly quietened down at this time, while He Shuming's eyes turned into wide saucers when he saw this scene. Such consummate fire-controlling skill was also not the least bit inferior to him, this alchemy saint. What fire control skill was particular about was exquisiteness. Areas that should be strong was strong, places that should be weak was weak. Only like this could one let the medicinal pill receive more abundant baptizing of flames when refining pills. To be able to condense flames to form the shape of a small tree, this required immensely profound skill. Suchida, on the other hand, his skills appeared very brilliant indeed. But regarding the degree of exquisiteness in controlling flames, it was clearer worse than Rindong. Fire tree, silver flowers. Rindong gave a light cry. Bright-colored silver flowers actually bloomed one after another on that small tree. How did Suchida still have that leisurely composure from before at this time? When he saw Rindong's skill, his entire face went green. He desperately urged the flames in his hand, likewise wanting to condense and form a small tree. Suchida was an alchemy ancestor powerhouse in the end. Under forceful deploying, he really condensed out the shape of a small tree. It was just that this small tree's appearance, even for the martial artists who did not know fire-controlling skills, they could also distinguish the good from the bad. At the end, Suchida's face was flushed red. But the small tree was completely unable to become like Rindong's, vivid and lifelike. The first match, Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wins. Ingtianya announced the results right away. Regarding this kind of result that was apparent, no one doubted it at all. Rindong put away the flames, ran in front of Yi Yuan, and said with an excited look, "Master, turns out that my fire-controlling skill is already this incredible." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't know what you're talking about. It's still early. Today, making you guys take action is to let you guys find a bit of confidence. But keep in mind to not be complacent. One loses by pride and gains by modesty, understood?" Rindong nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice and said obediently, "Disciple understands." These few years' time, Rindong and Xiao Rian duo did not idle their time away in the vast heaven pag. Oda. On the contrary, Yi Yuan carried out demon-like training for the two of them. This fire-controlling was one of them. The missions that Yi Yuan as signed were all extremely focused. Rindong and Xiao Rian immersing themselves in diligent practice, their strength soared by leaps and bounds too. It was just that the two of them were both immersed in exceedingly dreary training. Moreover, most of the training was alchemists' basic skills, resulting in the two of them not having much understanding of their current strength. It was only when Rindong saw Suchida controlling his fire did the former knew what kind of level his strength already reached. One could say that apart from his cultivation realm not reaching the standard, he actually already said alchemy ancestor powerhouses all round in basic skills now. Chapter 736. Complete Victory. Chapter 736. Complete Victory. Junior apprentice brother, you can even win with such standards. I already have nothing to say. Xiao Rian rolled her eyes at one side. Rindong touched his head when he heard and said Embara. Sedley, senior apprentice sister, I also didn't expect that his level was so lousy. Makes sense. I even thought that an alchemy ancestor's fire controlling level was very high. I didn't think that that was all he got. Made me worry for half a day in vain. Hoo yeah. I was dumbfounded watching just now and even thought that I saw wrongly. How can an alchemy ancestor's fire control level be just this bit? Senior apprentice sister's fire controlling skill is even more formidable than mine. You should win even more easily. Even a guy like you can win. If I don't win, wouldn't I lose face for master too much? These apprentice sister and brother's conversation made everyone speechless when they heard. Alchemy kings who dared to say this sort of words in front of alchemy ancestors were probably also just these two apprentice sister and brothers, right? Tianya looked at Yi Yuan rather interestedly, his gaze exuding thick astonishment. Rendong's and Xiao Rian's expressions did not seem to be fake. Looks like they really did not know that their own strengths were actually that strong. Then how profound a skill did the Yi Yuan who was able to teach the two of them had to have? Rendong's performance earlier really took his breath away. If not for seeing with his own eyes, Tianya really did not dare to believe that a puny little alchemy king actually had such superb fire-controlling standards. Tianya could not help looking forward to the showdown between Yi Yuan and He Shuming. Right at this time, Xiao Rian fell out of the ranks and said to the group of alchemy ancestors with full confidence, "Hey, is there any a little stronger? Come out and let's compete. If it's that level just now, this young lady won't even have the desire to compete." The group of alchemy ancestors glanced around, looking at one another. Not one actually dared to come out and fight. If it was before Rendong and Su Cheetah's compet. Tian, they would definitely have jumped up already. But now, facing Xiao Rian's provocation, they did not even dare to let out a fart. They heard distinctly just now that Xiao Rian was Rendong's senior sister. Moreover, when Xiao Rian was looking down on Rendong earlier, Rendong did not have any temper at all either. That indicated that Xiao Rian's fire control level was even above Rendong's. And in their group of people, the one strongest at fire control was Su Cheetah. Under such circumstances, who was still willing to take the initiative to come out and lose face? What? If no one else is coming out to fight, thising will take it as you guys forfeit, Tianya said nonchalantly when he saw that there was no one responding for a long time here. Xiao Rian smiled smugly, but she voiced out, "Forget it, looks like you guys are also just this level. How about this young lady will perform a set of fire-controlling art. If there is anyone among you guys able to do it, count it as this young lady's loss. How's that?" Those few alchemy ancestors exchanged glances and felt indignant, but they did not dare to speak up. At this time, body dared to come out and brag either. Everyone losing face together was better than one person coming out to lose face. By the side, He Shuming's face was already livid with rage already. This bunch of fellows was really not reliable at all, to actually be freaked out by a little child. Since you all are not speaking, then this young lady will take it as you guys agree. As she said, Xiao Rian held her palm out. A small cluster of flames gradually became a small flower. Following that, her palm quivered. Another small flower actually emerged again. Xiao Rian's palm vibrated with rhythm. After that, one small flower after another derived from it. Xiao Rian actually danced trippingly while creating little flowers, and those small flowers rose and danced gaily along with her. At this moment, Xiao Rian was like a flower fairy maiden. Those flower petals served to accentuate her beauty even more soul-stirringly. For a moment, all the martial artists were senseless from watching. They had never seen such a beautiful scene before, such exquisite fire-controlling skills. Creating one small flower wasn't considered much. 3 or 5 flowers did not count as anything too. But creating 100 flame flowers in one go and still being able to manipulate to her will like so, then that was too incredible. All of a sudden, Xiao Rian stopped the dance steps. Those tiny flowers also dissipated along with it. Quite a number of people were still immersed in that beautiful scene earlier and was unable to extricate themselves. Too beautiful. Really have no way of imagining that dreary fire-controlling arts are actually able to display such a magnificent and gorgeous environment. Even Master Ye's disciples have such strength. Then wouldn't his own fire-controlling skills be heaven-defying? I really want to witness Master Ye's fire-controlling skills. But the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already won 2 rounds in a row. There probably isn't the opportunity already, right? Xiao Rian herself also did not expect that her displaying this fire-controlling skill today, she actually became the goddess in the hearts of the ancient opulent city's male martial artists. After today, many people all came to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion all for a look at her gorgeous appearance. Gentlemen, are there people able to imitate Miss Zhao's fire-controlling skill? Ying Tianya asked. Those few alchemy ancestors had awkward looks, their eyes evading. Forget about Xiao Rian, even Rendong's move was already hard for them to execute. Ying Tianya smiled faintly when he saw no one respond and said, since that's the case, the second round is also the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's victory. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion won 2 rounds in a row. This Ying feels that this third round probably doesn't have the need to compete already, right? He Shuming's expression flickered incessantly but did not make a sound. Right then, Yi Yuan came forward and said, Alchemy Saint, he is an Alchemy Saint powerhouse. Presumably, his fire-controlling skill wouldn't be so mediocre. This Yi feels that this third round should be engaged in. Otherwise, Alchemy Saint, he would likely be unconvinced in his heart. How about this? This Yi will be like his disciple and display a fire-controlling skill. If Alchemy Saint he is able to do it, count it as this Ye's loss. How's that? Yi Yuan stepping out at this time was equivalent to checkmating He Shuming. Ying Tianyao was a little surprised, but asked He Shuming, what does Alchemy Saint he think? Actually, He Shuming's fire-controlling skill was rather brilliant. Xiao Rian's level of fire control, he could actually barely achieve it. But the problem was, Xiao Rian was just Yi Yuan's disciple. The disciple's strength already reached such a level. Then what about her master? But to let him admit defeat like this, he was unreconciled to it too. He was this ancient opulent city's top seat. If he admitted defeat, where would he put his old face? He Shuming gritted his teeth and said, compete then. Who's afraid of who? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, watch closely. Only to see Yi Yuan place his hands together and pull. With a flutter, countless flying birds flew out from his palms just like this, soaring around the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's crossbeam. These flying birds were all strikingly lifelike. Even the eyes of each bird seemed so intelligent. If not for knowing beforehand, these martial artists would probably even think that these flying birds were real. Furthermore, the species of these flying birds were all different. Size and appearance, not a single one was exactly alike. Counting simply, Yi Yuan created thousands of birds with species different from one another. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. Different from Xiao Rian, Yi Yuan practically created so many flying birds instantaneously. This level of fire control skill could already be rated as a masterstroke. Chapter 737. 100 Birds Paying Homage to a Phoenix. Chapter 737. 100 Birds Paying Homage to a Phoenix. Thousands of birds circled around the beam. This scene was a grand sight. Just this move was already hard for He Shuming to imitate. Drawing a myriad of life with the power of flames, this level of fire control was simply divine. He Shuming's fire control skills were very strong. To really make him ill, trait some flying birds, he was also barely able to achieve it. But to let him do it until every flying bird was so lifelike and indistinguishable from the original, how could he accomplish it? This did not just require subtle control over flames, it required exquisite control over essence energy even more. I was wondering how incredible a fire-controlling skill it was. It's merely about the same as your disciple too. He Shuming said stubbornly. Once these words came out, quite a few martial artists shot him contemptuous eyes. This was clearly the tempo of unable to bear a loss. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Alchemy Saint, he doesn't have to be anxious. It isn't finished yet. Finished talking, Yi Yuan extended a finger, and dotted and drew a line in the air. A series of faint chirps suddenly sounded out. My God! It's a phoenix. Is that really a phoenix? No, wait. That isn't a real phoenix. It's likewise drawn by Yi Yuan with fire control skills. Once the phoenix emerged, a wave of marveling immediately echoed in the fragrant medicine pavilion. Those birds were originally flying around the beam. Once the fire phoenix emerged, they actually collectively stopped in the air, and actually seemed to pay homage to the fire phoenix collectively. My 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, if Alchemy Saint he can do it, count it as our fragrant medicine pavilion lose. How's that? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. He Shuming's expression was incomparably nasty. He never would have thought that a puny little alchemy sovereign's fire-controlling skills actually reached such a terrifying level. The scary thing about this 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix was not how difficult it was to trait, but that these birds actually had some intelligence. Fire-controlling skill reaching this kind of level already had no way of describing with words anymore. He Shuming, even if he cultivated for another several hundred years, it was impossible to attain such a level too. Yi Yuan, today's score, this he has noted it down. Let's go. 100,000 merit points, I'll send people to transfer you in a while. He Shuming seriously could not stay on here any longer and could only flick his sleeves and leave. When they left, it even incurred a wave of booing. After today, Yi Yuan could be considered to have become famous in one battle in the ancient opulent city. An alchemy saint powerhouse brought along a bunch of alchemy ancestors to the fragrant medicine pavilion to challenge them. In the end, they were beaten by an alchemy sovereign and 2 alchemy kings to a sorry plight, each and every one of them leaving dusty and dirty in appearance. This level of strength was sufficient to indicate that the fragrant medicine pavilion had the ability to keep a foothold on ancient opulent street. Moreover, in the foreseeable future, fragrant medicine pavilion's limelight might even overshadow the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company completely. Yi Yuan, you're too incredible. Really didn't expect that your fire-controlling skill has actually reached such a miraculous boundary. Yi Yuan's performance gave Qian'er a hugely pleasant surprise. Only now did she know why Yi Yuan did not want their Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouse to come over. In front of Yi Yuan, what did alchemy ancestor powerhouses count as? Yi Yuan looked at Qian'er and said mockingly, "Didn't you even say prior to this that I was treating it too much of a child's play?" Qian'er's face reddened, and she lowered her head bashfully. Although separated by a layer of veil, Yi Yuan was able to feel her embarrassment too. Your fire-controlling art is so incredible. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Let me be mentally prepared too. Qian'er said begrudgingly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Even if I tell you that I'm very incredible, would you believe?" Seems like no." Qian'er was stunned and blurted out, "Ha ha. Master Ye's fire control skill truly let thising broaden my horizons. If not for seeing with my own eyes, thising would really be unable to imagine that an ascender actually possessed such terrifying strength." Tianya said with a big laugh, "Hoo-hoo, City Lord, your excellency is too kind. This is merely an unorthodox path of this Yi, just trying to get by." Tianya looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and suddenly opened his mouth. "Master Yi, how about we head inside and have a talk?" Yi Yuan said, "Please." Driving away He Shuming, there was also not much use of Yi Yuan staying at the front anymore. This sort of thing like management, The Meteor Trading Company's people were obviously much more formidable than him. This time, he achieved fame in one battle. With so many martial artists witnessing him defeating He Shuming with fire-controlling arts, it would definitely spread throughout the entire ancient opulent city very quickly. What this selling of medicinal pills relied on was fame. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company being able to overwhelm the Meteor Trading Company, a very large degree was all due to He Shuming. The Meteor Trading Company was unable to dispatch alchemy saint powerhouses over to this ancient opulent city for various reasons. Being suppressed was also bound to happen. For Yi Yuan to smack He Shuming's face today so domineeringly, the objective was in order to let all the martial artists know his prowess. This way, the fragrant medicine pavilion would naturally rack in riches. Adding in that the fragrant medicine pavilion's medicinal pills quality was too solid, squeezing out a large proportion of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profits was also inevitable. Cooperating with the city guard's army, Yi Yuan long had expectations. Him unveiling the medicinal pills for Luo Fang to try previously naturally captured his heart all at once. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that Ing Tianya, the city lord, actually came to visit. I wonder what city lord your excellency is finding Yi Yuan for? When both parties sat down, Yi Yuan asked straight away. Hoo, Master Yi is a straightforward man speaking his mind. I won't beat around the bush either. Luo Fang holds the few types of medicinal pills you guys unveiled in high esteem. I came today naturally wanting to witness it, Ing Tianya said. Oh? Just a few medicinal pills. How can it trouble City Lord to come in person? As he said, Yi Yuan took out several medicinal pills and placed them in front of Ing Tianya. Ing Tianya was not courteous either, swallowing those few kinds of medicinal pills in one go, his eyes involuntarily lighting up. No wonder Luo Fang praised your medicinal pills so highly. This medicinal effect is indeed extraordinary. Master Yi, our city lord manner plan on placing an order for these few medicinal pills. Each type of medicinal pill, 5,000 pills. What do you think? Ing Tianya said. The medicinal pills Yi Yuan took out had a total of 5 kinds. 5,000 of each type of medicinal pill was 25,000 medicinal pills. To the newly opened fragrant medicine pavilion, this was absolutely a big business. But Yi Yuan's face did not have much of an agitated expression. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Thank you very much for City Lord Your Excellency's generous kindness. This Yi is endlessly grateful. But City Lord Your Excellency didn't make a trip personally for the sake of a few medicinal pills, right?" Ing Tianya laughed out loud when he heard and said, "Haha, looks like it indeed can't hide from Master Yi. Actually, coming to find Master Yi today is because I have a matter to request you. It's just that this matter is hard to talk about, so..." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So you first put me under obligation, then talk about this hard-to-say matter, is it?" Luo Fang's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Yi Yuan, what are you saying?" "City Lord His Excellency." Luo Fang had yet to say finish and was stopped by Ing Tianya with a hand gesture, who said with a smile, "Master Ye's heart is like a clear mirror. Looks like nothing can be hidden from you. It's just that this matter is very important to me." But Yi Yuan interrupted Ing Tianya's words straight away and said, "Something that even City Lord Your Excellency finds very hard is most likely very dangerous. Since it's hard to talk about, then it would be better to not talk about it. This business, our fragrant medicine pavilion won't take it on." Chapter 738, Spar. Chapter 738, Spar. There was no free lunch in this world. Ing Tianya buying so many medicinal pills from the fragrant medicine pavilion in one go, if this was calculated according to earth essence crystals, the number could be counted in the hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the thing he wanted Yi Yuan to do would likely have to pay an equal price to. If it were just treating illnesses and saving people, Ing Tianya definitely would not find it so hard to say. Therefore, Yi Yuan determined that the thing Ying Tianya wanted him to do definitely had a corresponding risk. At least, to him, this divine traversing realm martial artist, it was rather dangerous. Ying Tianya's stomach full of words was blocked right at his mouth by Yi Yuan. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan could not help having some transformation. He thought that his order of his was sufficient to move Yi Yuan. He didn't expect that Yi Yuan rejected it without even blinking. One had to know that this order, even when placed in the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, it was absolutely not a small sum either, let alone that the fragrant medicine pavilion was just a newly opened medicinal store. Master Yi, this order has nothing to do with me inviting you to take action. After the matter is done, this Ying will have another generous gift to offer. The value will be several times of this order. Ying Tianya refused to give up. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Does City Lord Your Excellency take this Yi to be a fool? The more generous the remuneration you give, it means that the matter you make this Yi do will be more dangerous. This Yi is just a divine traversing realm junior. If City Lord Your Excellency requires alchemists, wouldn't going to find alchemy saint he be more suitable?" It was not that Yi Yuan really did not want to go. It was just that his current strength was still a little weak in the divine realm. Therefore, he planned to cultivate in the ancient opulent city for a period of time before going out. The strength of the divine realm's martial artists was much stronger compared to the lower realms. Yi Yuan could even leap across a major cultivation realm to one-shot his foe in the lower realms. But wanting to do this while being in the divine realm was quite hard. He still had some chances of victory when dealing with ordinary initial stage boundless realm powerhouses with his current strength. But if they came out from major families with inheritances, then it would be rather strained. Even in this Una's summing ancient opulent city, martial artists who comprehended true intent could be found everywhere too. Even like Jun Tianyu this kind, they were also not too far off from comprehending supreme true intent. Walking around outside with Yi Yuan's current strength was still a little too dangerous. Ying Tianya smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not hiding things from Master Yi. Actually, the person I have in mind originally was He Shuming too. But after witnessing Master Yi's skills, I feel that you're a more suitable choice. But for precautionary measures, I plan on inviting you and Alchemy Saint He to go along together. Master Yi rest assured, this trip is only to save people. As long as the person is rescued, we'll pull out immediately and absolutely won't stay." Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Talk more about the specifics." The moment Ying Tianya heard that there was hope, he could not help becoming overjoyed and recounted the whole story of the incident. Turns out that Ying Tianya's junior apprentice brother unwittingly found an ancient grotto and headed inside the grotto alone to seek treasures. In the end, he was trapped in that ancient grotto. But Ying Tianya's relations Hi+P with this junior apprentice brother was very close. The two of them had a kind of special skill to transmit news. Hence, his junior pleaded for help from Ying Tianya through this skill. Ying Tianya received the news that his junior was trapped in the ancient grotto and was unable to get away. Furthermore, he was inflicted with a peculiar poison. It was Ying Tianya who thought of inviting alchemists along. That junior of mine is only at the second-level heaven enlightenment. He's able to preserve his life in that ancient grotto. Presumably, that grotto shouldn't be too dangerous. This Ying assures you to definitely do everything in my power to ensure your safety this trip. As long as this Ying is around, I absolutely won't let people harm a hair of yours." Ying Tianya patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan smiled as he shook his head and said, "Asking me to go is viable. But this kind of guarantee is still not enough." Yi Yuan was not some fledgling experiencing the world for the first time. This kind of verbal promise he did not trust at all. When danger really struck and Ying Tianya ran at the critical juncture, who could he find to reason things out? Ingtianya hesitated for a moment, but took out a suit of armor and said, "This is this Ying's personal suit of armor. High-grade profound artifact, Skyplume treasure armor. Even Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses are unable to break its defense in a short while either. I wonder if this Ying's sincerity is sufficient? Of course, the terms promised to Master Yi prior still stands. After the matter is done, I'll pay a reward of 1,000,000 merit points separately." Yi Yuan took over the Skyplume treasure armor from Ingtianya's hands and said with a nod, "All right, deal. But I have a condition." "Master Yi, please say." "My condition is that Brother Jun travel together with me," Yi Yuan said. Ingtianya nodded with an emotional sigh. If younger Brother Jun is able to travel together, then that's for the best. With younger Brother Jun's strength, this journey is bound to have a few more parts of assurance. After Ingtianya left, Yi Yuan said to Jun Tianyu with a slight apology, "Brother Jun, dragging you into the water this time, I'm really sorry." Yi Yuan knew that this journey likely would not be that simple. But the only helper Yi Yuan could find now was only Jun Tianyu. Jun Tianyu said with a smile, "What's younger brother Yi saying? This Jun has also not worked out my body for a long time. My cultivation has also remained stagnant for very long. This trip is precisely a turning point. I hope that I'm able to have some gains." Jun Tianyu's words were not false. These few years, for the sake of Lu Yiru's ailment, he practically abandoned cultivation, resulting in his cultivation stagnating and not advancing all along. If he still did not work his body, wanting to break through in the future would be hard. A character like Jun Tianyu was naturally unresigned to only having Heaven Enlightenment Realm strength for all his life. That would be even worse than killing him. Yi Yuan said, "Great kindness can't be thanked with words. This grace of Brother Jun, this Yi has remembered it." "Haha, isn't younger brother Yi regarding me as an outsider here? To really talk about being grateful, it should also be me thanking you. Without you, I'd probably be a walking corpse right now already. Moreover, this fragrant medicine pavilion established. HI+ing, you gifted 20% performance shares directly to me. You can't let a grown man like me eat idly without working, right?" Jun Tianyu cracked a rare joke. It was just that no matter what, to be able to generously travel together under the situation where he clearly knew there was danger, this great kindness of Jun Tianyu's made Yi Yuan very grateful. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Brother Jun, this Ye's current strength is meager and is also unable to help you refine medicinal pills. But this Yi is incapable and happened to have some comprehension on Sword Dao too. Why don't we spar a bit? Hopefully, it can be of some assistance to you." Jun Tianyu froze when he heard that. He was really unaware that Yi Yuan actually had some attainments along the martial path apart from refining pills. Moreover, hearing Yi Yuan's meaning, his attainments on Sword Dao was even not low. Jun Tianyu had dealt with Yi Yuan for some time too and knew that he was not someone to shoot his mouth off. To dare say so, he probably had some capabilities. But regarding Yi Yuan's words, Jun Tianyu was still rather disapproving of it in his heart. Yi Yuan's attainments in alchemy, Jun Tianyu prostrate on all fours in admiration. But there were times a person's strength just wouldn't do. How high could Yi Yuan's attainments in Sword Dao be? Yi Yuan doing so was just a kind of compensation for dragging him into the water just now. The idea was nice, except the effects were likely totally non-existent. In Jun Tianyu's view, Yi Yuan's present level was completely unable to understand how high his current Sword Dao concept boundary was. Chapter 739. Restoring Pill Formula. Chapter 739. Restoring Pill Formula. Lord Chairman, things are bad. Today, the moment the fragrant medicine pavilion opened for business, the door sill was crushed from the crowd. Early in the morning, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager went to find Zhua Xin in FLU. Sir. The fragrant medicine pavilion's explosive scene frightened him badly. In comparison, their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company side here was deserted and quiet, practically without any customer. Zhuo frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The Tier 5 medicinal pills that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion unveiled, the medicinal effects are actually 40 to 60% higher than our varieties of the same kind, but the prices are even cheaper than after we discounted 20%. In addition, said the manager. The manager stammered but did not dare to continue speaking. Zhuo expression darkened and he said, "Speak." "Yes, Lord Chairman. In addition, Alchemy Saint he was completely crushed by the Yiyuan, master and disciples, yesterday. Overnight, it was like the martial artists in the entire city all knew the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's prowess." The manager said. Bang! Zhuo gnashed his teeth hatefully and threw the teapot in his hand directly onto the ground, SMAs. Plussing it into pieces. "Go, think of ways to get some of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills over for me," Zhuo said solemnly. "This subordinate has already gotten them from some martial artists who purchased the medicinal pills. Here they are." The manager clearly knew how to handle affairs well. Without waiting for Zhuo instructions, he already brought the medicinal pills over. But at this time, Zhuo was not in the mood of praising him at all. Snatc. Hing the medicinal pills over in a flash, he started scrutinizing in detail. But looking for a long time, Zhuo could not figure out what difference the medicinal pills in his hands was from his own too. "Go get Alchemy Saint he to come over." "Hang on, forget it, I'll go find him myself." Such a major matter, Zhuo could not wait at all. If it were really as the manager said, then the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would be facing its greatest crisis. The business that Zhuo laid down a foundation for in the ancient opulent city painstakingly would be encroached on to the limits by the Meteor Trading Company very soon. Although Tier 5 medicinal pills only belonged to the low-level market, it was also the largest market. If this piece were eaten by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion entirely, their business would probably lose 30 to 40%. This kind of loss, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company seriously could not bear it. Moreover, Zhuo also heard that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion even had an expert assisting behind and was even able to refine superior grade, even transcendent grade Tier 6 medicinal pills. If left to grow unchecked, the outcome was too ghastly to imagine. Originally thought that 2 plots were enough to deal a fatal blow to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Who knew that hitting the snake failed to kill it and was bitten instead? The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion just opened for business day 2 and caused such a grave threat to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. What surprised him even more was that he Shuming, a dignified alchemy saint, actually lost to an alchemy sovereign just like this. Even though it was just on fire control, losing means losing, there was no excuses. Those martial artists purchasing medicinal pills would not listen to any excuses either. Zhuo found he Shuming very quickly. Initially, he was embarrassed, as said to meet Zhuo, but he already came to find him. He could not very well avoid Zhuo either. But after Zhuo briefly recounted the enormous crisis the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was facing, he Shuming had no way of being calm too. He originally thought that yesterday's loss was just a one-time loss, did not affect the whole. Who knew that on the second day morning, he would hear such news like a bolt out of the blue. This. Why would the Tier 5 essence restoring pill add in Starnet secret flower? And there is even moon foil heavenly sand? This doesn't adhere to medicinal theory at all. The strangest thing is that, after adding in these things, the medicinal effect actually increased 40 to 50% compared to the original. This is simply inconceivable. He Shuming was deserving of being an alchemy saint powerhouse. Just by smelling it with his nose, he already found the aspects different from ordinary Tier 5 essence restoring pills. It was just that the way he saw it, adding in these things was simply downright nonsense and should ruin the medicinal properties of the core ingredient. But why would the medicinal effects rise so much instead after adding these in? A new type of medicinal pill emerging in the world would always cause alchemists to fervently research it. The composition of a medicinal pill actually did not have many areas that could be concealed. High-level alchemists could differentiate what kind of medicinal herbs a medicinal pill was constant toot of just by using their noses. But to want to restore the pill formula through a medicinal pill, that was virtually something impossible. Because each type of medicinal herb's proportion, quant. 1 Thai, were all unable to restore to its original form, let alone the method of refining and how the fire should be controlled. Alchemy was an extremely precise work. Even if it were wrong by a wee bit, what was refined would be useless pills too. But this did not hinder He Shuming's gasps of admiration towards this Tier 5 essence-restoring pill. Alchemy Saint He, can this medicinal pill be restored to its original form? Zhuo Xian asked rather cautiously. He Shuming heaved a sigh and said, with my strength, it's definitely unable to restore the pill formula. This medicinal pill looks trivial and normal on the surface, but the refining method is extremely mystifying and done by an experienced alchemist. If I want to crack it, there's likely only sending it back to the headquarters. It's just, I don't know if the alchemy emperor powerhouses in the headquarters can restore the pill formula or not. Restoring the pill formidable, although it was virtually impossible, there was still that little bit of hope. If not, there wouldn't be some very popular pill formulas circulating too. But to want to restore the pill formula, it normally required strength that transcended multiple ranks. This is because their understanding towards medicinal theory and pill refinement had already reached an extremely profound boundary. If luck was good, they could still fumble out some trick to it through some attribute relations. Hi plus P between the spirit medicines. Zhuo Xian exclaimed in shock. Even alchemy venerables are unable to restore to its original form? He Shuming shook his head and said, in my opinion, alchemy venerable experts won't cut it too. If this medicinal pill is refined by Yi Yuan himself, then his attainments in alchemy are absolutely above mine. It's just that his cultivation is lacking, that's why he's not able to refine Tier 6 and above medicinal pills. But if it's like this, then that person behind him, his strength would be too terrifying. Although unwilling to admit it, the truth in front of him still made He Shuming candidly admit defeat. Zhuo Xian was horrifyingly shocked when he heard that. This was just a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Logically speaking, alchemy venerable powerhouses should be able to restore the pill formula. But He Shuming said such intricate pill must have alchemy emperors to work on it. Zhuo Xian gritted his teeth and said, this batch of medicinal pills are of great importance. We'd better send it back to the headquarters. Later, I'll make clear the situation to Lord Deacon. If these medicinal pills really can have their pill formulas restored, it will absolutely be highly beneficial to our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. He Shuming nodded his head, clearly in approval of Zhuo Xian's view too. Under normal circumstances, alchemy emperor powerhouses would not even be bothered to take action and restore such low-level medicinal pills. But in Zhuo Xian's view, if the pill formulas of these medicinal pills could be restored, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would have profits pouring in. Because the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's branches were everywhere, spanning several major regions. Once popularized, these few types of medicinal pills would absolutely be money trees. Regardless whether the headquarters agree or not, these medicinal pills must all be sent back. Zhuo Xian believed that with upper echelon's vision, they would absolutely be able to discern these Tier 5 medicinal pills' value. And at this time, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu were currently facing opposite each other. Brother Jun, I'll demonstrate a set of martial technique now, named Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. You have to look closely. Chapter 740, In the Limelight. Chapter 740, In the Limelight, 9 Swords Stance. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. 9 figures suddenly divided. 9 streaks of sword light merged into one, charging straight for the horizon. Jun Tianyu was a person extremely arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Regarding Yi Yuan's enthusiasm, although he did not say anything verbally, he was still rather disapproving of it in his heart. But the moment Yi Yuan's 9 swords stance appeared, Jun Tianyu's countenance suddenly changed. Supreme true intent. It's actually supreme true intent. Jun Tianyu exclaimed in shock. But Yi Yuan did not answer. The second move was unleashed. 1,000 flowing petals. Myriad rain sword blades. Rending the sky. Each move he executed, Yi Yuan's sword intent blossomed a degree more. When it reached rending the sky this style, Yi Yuan's sword intent was already powerful to an unrivaled degree. Jun Tianyu's sword intent was involuntarily spurred on by Yi Yuan. The sword intent on his body appeared rather disorderly. Under Yi Yuan's sword intent, his sword intent was actually somewhat going out of control. One had to know that he was 2 major cultivation realms higher than Yi Yuan. Such a bizarre thing would actually occur. By the time Yi Yuan finished displaying the 4 styles of sword moves, Jun Tianyu had looked at Yi Yuan and smiled bitterly as he said, "Younger brother Yi, you've kept me bitterly in the dark. You and I have been acquainted for so many days, and I actually didn't know that you were even a sword path expert. What made me even more astonished was that you actually even comprehended supreme true intent." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not that I intentionally hid it. It's just that I didn't have the chance to take action these few days. Moreover, even if I comprehended supreme true intent, my cultivation realm is still a little too low when all is said and done." Right now, all the people in the city knew that an alchemy path genius appeared on ancient Opulent Street, and even crushed alchemy Saint He. But the world did not know that this alchemy path genius was also a martial path genius at the same time. A martial path genius who comprehended supreme true intent. Although Yi Yuan's supreme true intent had yet to be perfected, to a holy land, there were not many people able to comprehend a supreme true intent in total as well. One should not look at how Jun Tianyu's strength was formidable and not far from comprehending supreme true intent either. But to really reach the point of comprehending the elementary form of supreme true intent, he still had a very long way to go. As for reaching perfection, it would probably be his life's pursuit. While Yi Yuan's supreme true intent was clearly not too far away from perfection already. To such a young martial artist, this was simply an inconceivable thing. "Younger brother Yi, you really astound me too greatly. Even for super Holy Land's geniuses, there aren't many able to comprehend supreme true intent at your age either. If Holy Lands know that you comprehended Sword Tao to this kind of extent, they will definitely treat you like a treasure," Jun Tianyu said. "Hohu, I don't like to be waited upon by other people, nor do I need to be attended to by others as well. Brother Jun, leave this matter aside for the time being. Let's exchange notes properly on Sword Tao these few days. Hopefully, it can be of assistance to you," Yi Yuan said. Jun Tianyu nodded and said, "That will be for the best." These few years, although Jun Tianyu delayed some cultivation time because of Luiru's affairs, the main thing was still that he fell into a bottleneck. Not everyone could be like Yi Yuan, comprehending true intent by admiring the sight of a blossom shower. And on this point, no one was able to help Jun Tianyu transcend the bottleneck. But Yi Yuan was different. His comprehension on Sword Tao was extremely deep and already touched the true meaning of Great Tao. Him giving pointers to Jun Tianyu frequently let him have a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Having an expert to give pointers when at this kind of bottleneck would yield the effect of twice the result with half the effort. And Yi Yuan did not have the intention of holding back either, talking about his own comprehension towards Sword Tao for Jun Tianyu to hear. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this trip probably would not go that smoothly. Therefore, the stronger Jun Tianyu's strength was, the more assurance regarding their safety. Of course, Yi Yuan did not idle away himself either. For this trip, Yi Yuan did not stint to employ the chaos gems to slow down the flow of time. With the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Yuan did not lack earth essence crystals for the time being now. All sorts of resources piling up, he broke through his bottleneck very quickly, cultivating nearly for 6 months in the vast heaven pag. Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries in a row and finally broke through to the 4th level Divine Traversing Realm, reaching middle stage Divine Traversing Realm. But after reaching middle stage Divine Traversing Realm, Yi Yuan's consumption of resources became even scarier. The 100,000 merit points earned from He Shuming there was actually expended fully in these 6 months. For He Shuming, 100,000 merit points, it was actually not considered much. But to the ancient opulent city's ordinary martial artists, it was absolutely an astronomical figure. And Yi Yuan actually only broke through 2 minor cultivation realms after using finish these 100,000 merit points. If he let other martial artists knew, they would definitely let loose a torrent of abuse that he was prodigal. But Yi Yuan had no choice to. Each time he broke through a minor cultivation realm now, the essence energy required was several times of ordinary martial artists. The medicinal pills expended was naturally sizable too. Fortunately, the fragrant medicine pavilion's business these few days was extremely good. Yi Yuan spent fast, earned even faster. From the fragrant medicine pavilion opening for business until now, it was merely 10 short days. And in these 10 days' time, the fragrant medicine pavilion already completed the counteroffensive against the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, virtually monopolizing the medicinal pill business of all martial artists under Boundless Realm. There was no other choice. The fragrant medicine pavilion's Tier 5 medicinal pills were cheap and good. Only a fool would not come and buy. And the fragrant medicine pavilion's approach squeezed the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company enough for them to choke. Their discount sale was originally only planning on carrying out for a month, but now they were forced to continue the discount indefinitely. Zhua Xin originally thought that a month's time was sufficient to take down the fragrant medicine pavilion. Who knew that he was squeezed until he had no mood to have a temper now. Except, even if the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company lowered prices to sell Tier 5 medicinal pills now, the ancient opulent city's martial artists still did not buy it. This reduced the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profit margin even more. No advantage in quality, no advantage in price. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company fell into a huge predicament all at once, their profits shrinking by a large margin. In just 10 days, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profits directly shrunk by 40%. This kind of situation delighted Qian and Li Huixing greatly. Being suppressed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company for so many years, this turnover battle was fought extremely beautifully. Although they lost 20% profit because they offended Yi Yuan, they still had a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment now. The one even happier was Yu Ming. This feeling of sitting at home and counting money was simply too awesome. Yi Yuan gave Yu Ming 5% shares. Although it was only 5%, he got rich overnight now as well. The feeling of counting money until one's hands had cramps was simply too wonderful. Yu Ming still had a feeling like he was dreaming until now. But these few days, he also learned many things following behind Li Huixing. Yi Yuan handed such an important matter to him. He naturally did not dare to be perfunctory. Yu Ming was a clever person. He knew that everything today was all given by Yi Yuan. His emotional investment had already received immense return. But to want to sustain, it required even more hard work. Yi Yuan lacked a competent helper in the fragrant medicine pavilion, and if he did not perform well, there would naturally be people to come and replace him. Just as the fragrant medicine pavilion's limelight was extremely Fleury's. Hi plus ing Tianya finally dropped in. Chapter 741. Stone Stakes. Chapter 741. Stone Stakes, Alchemy Saint He, Master Yi, will rest and reorganize for a bit in Clear Reed City, then head for that ancient grotto. That grotto isn't far from here. I worry that the long night will be fraught with dreams. Better to enter earlier. Tianya and the others came to a neighboring city, Clear Reed City, through the transmission array. But after Tianya arrived here, he seemed unwilling to stay in the city. No idea if it was concern about his junior, or things he wished to hide. Regarding this, Yi Yuan and the rest naturally did not have objections. This trip, Tianya brought along Luo Feng and several late-stage Boundless Realm followers. The party of 8 to 9 people was rather conspicuous. On He Shuming's side, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company also sent out a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist to protect him. In this group of people, just the Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses were as many as 5. Of course, He Shuming this Heaven Enlightenment Realm was basically equivalent to useless, a little better than nothing. Along the way, He Shuming naturally faced Yi Yuan with fierce glares, but Yi Yuan had an indifferent air. Towards this kind of ridiculous provocation, he did not care at all. As long as the Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist he brought could not beat Jun Tianyu, naturally, no one dared to touch him. Through Yi Yuan's bout of giving pointers, Jun Tianyu finally advanced another level on sword intent. Although he still did not comprehend a supreme true intent, he found the path to comprehending a supreme true intent. The party stopped over for a short while, then they headed straight for that ancient grotto. The ancient grotto was situated on a chain of mountain ranges. Tianya actually found the grotto's entrance directly through no idea what kind of means. Accurately speaking, it was a stretch of precipices. Everyone looked for a long time, but there was no entrance at all, only ice-cold rock. Tianya frowned and said, "How can it be? It should be here. Why isn't there an entrance?" He Shuming said, "City Lord Your Excellency, could it be wrong?" Tianya slowly shook his head and said, "The location Junior Apprentice Brother transmitted to me is definitely here beyond doubt. It's just that there is no entrance. How did he enter?" Everybody split up and search, see if there are any places resembling an entrance. Those subordinates he brought all scattered, searching for the ancient grotto's entrance in the surroundings. Very soon, someone shouted, "City Lord Your Excellency, there's a stretch of stone stakes here." Everyone went over to take a look. Indeed, they saw a stretch of stone stakes 500 feet in circle Ference. It's an array formation. As long as we crack the array formation, we'll be able to enter the grotto, He Shuming said with an excited look. Regarding breaking into the ancient grotto this time, Tianya made a solemn promise to not only give He Shuming a large reward, but the things obtained this trip would also belong to himself. Therefore, He Shuming was still quite enthusiastic about this exploration. Speaking of which, He Shuming was indeed an alchemist whose strength was rather formidable. Not only did he reach the Alchemy Saint realm in pill refinement, but he also reached Tier 7 level in the formation's path too. Therefore, he recognized that these stone stakes were an array formation with a glance. Tianya was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "Does Alchemy Saint he have any confidence in crack this set of array formation?" He Shuming smiled and said, "Leave it to me. If even I can't do it, everyone can only just look on powerlessly as well. However, City Lord Your Excellency, in our agreement for this trip, it didn't include this segment." Among the people present, there was only him, one Tier 7 array master. If even he could not do it either, then indeed no one could do it. Except, He Shuming did not know that among this group of people, there was still a Tier 9 array master. He Shuming's view was around the same as Jun Tianyu's. Yi Yuan had immensely high attainments in alchemy. In other areas, he was probably just a normal person. Yi Yuan naturally recognized that these stone stakes were a set of array formation with a glance, but he had not seen this set of array formation before. Moreover, Yi Yuan perceived that even though this array formation's rank was not high, there were several areas extremely easy to make mistakes. The person who set up the array formation clearly wanted to intentionally induce people to be duped. Yi Yuan was originally planning on making a move, but looking at He Shuming being so enthusiastic, he could only shut his mouth and not speak. This trip, his strength was the weakest. Better to be more low profile. If He Shuming was really able to crack the array formation, then it was naturally good. But if he could not, it was also not late for him to step forward then. It was just that since the owner of the grotto dug so many traps, their group of people was probably going to suffer some hards. H.I.P.S. He Shuming blackmailing right away, Ingtianya naturally had unhappiness in his heart. Except, at this sort of time now, where would he go to find another array master? Alchemy Saint He, rest A.S., assured, after I rescue my junior, the rewards promised to you will add another 10%. Ingtianya said. He Shuming was overjoyed once he heard and said, it's still City Lord Your Excellency who is straightforward. This he will crack the array formation right away. As he said, he came to the middle of the stone stakes and directly pushed a stone stake that was slightly higher all the way underground. These stone stakes had different heights. The thickness was different too. The method to crack it was to press down some crucial stone stake. This area of land had around 1,000 stone stakes. The array formation formed was also quite profound. After He Shuming pressed down one stone stake, he stopped for a moment and found another stone stake to press down. When Yi Yuan saw He Shuming press down the first stone stake, he involuntarily shook his head slightly. But Jun Tianyu noticed this minute action of Yi Yuan and asked softly, "Why? Anything wrong with He Shuming?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Very wrong. This guy bragged so confidently, I even thought that he has some skill. Didn't think that the first step was wrong. Be careful in a while, there will probably be something unforeseen." Jun Tianyu was slightly startled in his heart when he heard but secretly went on alert. He didn't think that Yi Yuan was actually even proficient in the formation's path. This guy, what did he not know? Regarding Yi Yuan's words, Jun Tianyu did not have much doubts, because he had long witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess before. Crack! He Shuming pressed a stone stake down once again. All of a sudden, it seemed to have triggered something. Everyone's faces changed. Not good. Everyone, be careful. Ingtianya cried out. His voice had yet to fade when countless arrows shot out from all directions, interweaving into a large dense net, enveloping everyone inside. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus the power of the arrows was extremely strong. Even Heaven Enlightenment Realm Powerhouse had to respond cautiously too. "You few, come to my side," Ingtianya said to those few boundless realm followers. With this, Yi Yuan finally experienced Ingtianya's strength. He abruptly released essence energy out, wrapping those few followers inside immediately. Countless arrows pierced right through his essence energy barrier, but became weak and feeble, without any threat at all. But He Shuming did not have such formidable strength. Even though he was Heaven Enlightenment Realm 2, his strength was too poor. Although his essence energy protective screen was able to defend against those arrows as well, it caused considerable injuries to him. This was still under the circumstances where that Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse he brought here helped him block the majority of the arrows. The arrows lasted roughly 15 minutes' time before ceasing completely. The clothes on He Shuming's body was already poked into a hornet's nest by the arrows. He suffered external wounds that were not light himself too, looking very miserable. What made him even more awkward was that he solemnly pledged to crack the formation earlier. The result was that it actually ended up like this. His face involuntarily felt as if it was burning red hot. Chapter 742, Not like some people, only know how to brag. Chapter 742. Not like some people, only know how to brag. Alchemy Saint He, didn't you say leave it to you just now? Is this how you guarantee things? Ingtienya said with a grim look. Earlier, he shuming raising the price on the spot, Ingtienya tolerated it in order to go in. But the result was great. This fellow smacked his own chest so loudly but incurred a body full of stench. It would be weird if Ingtienya could have a good temper. He shuming had an said look but said unconvincingly, my method to crack the array was clearly fine. But why was it this kind of situation? Could it be that the way to open the door is not to crack the array? The moment Ingtienya heard, his brows could not help furrowing. Concerning he shuming's ability, he was still aware of it. He shouldn't be shooting his mouth off. After all, he received injuries himself earlier too. Playing this kind of games had no benefits to him at all. Could it be that this was really not the way to enter the ancient grotto? Why not, I give it a try? Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. When Ingtienya heard, he said in slight amazement, You, Master Yi actually even knows array formations? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Know a thing or two. Bulls. Hi plus T. I clearly already cracked the array formation just now. These stone stakes are simply used to delude people. Boy, don't add more to the disarray. Could it be that you still want those things just now to come one more time? He shuming interjected. He shuming saying these words naturally had his selfish calculations. On the one hand, he really felt that he already cracked the formation just now, but he did not get the desired outcome. On the other hand, he was also somewhat afraid of Yi Yuan, afraid that he could really crack the formation. Through the past two incidents, he shuming was already very apprehensive towards Yi Yuan. He always felt that Yi Yuan was very freaky. D knows if he really knew array formations or not. Indeed, once he shuming said this, Ingtienya began to hesitate. Although those arrows earlier were formidable, it was still barely manageable. If a big one came again, they might just have to all perish here. This ancient grotto was clearly not some friendly land. Otherwise, there also would not be so many mechanisms coming out before even entering the grotto. But Yi Yuan shot he shuming an indifferent glance and said, Cracked the array formation? You really boast shamelessly. Your first step was already wrong and you actually even thought that you cracked the array formation. Ignorant to your kind of level is also considered to have reached a certain realm. He shuming's expression changed, but he said stubbornly, You say wrong means it's wrong? Boy, don't pretend to know when you don't know. This set of array formation is definitely an ancient array formation. Even if you really know array formations, how can you possibly see through the profundities of the array formation with a single glance? Yi Yuan said coolly, Is that so? The first stone stake you press down, that's a trap. This is actually not hard to differentiate. You look closely yourself, and you'll know. The moment he shuming heard this, his gaze involuntarily looked towards the stone stake once more. He shuming scanned for a short while, then his face suddenly revealed an expression of sudden realization. But he reacted very quickly and hurriedly put away his expression. But it was already too late. Who was Ingtienya? The changes in the expression on he shuming's face was long taken into his sights. Ingtienya gave a cold snort, but did not pay attention to he shuming anymore, and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you to take action to crack this array formation. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and directly entered among the stone stakes with a leap. Different from he shuming doing it step by step, Yi Yuan was already very clear regarding this array formation in his heart, so he did not stop the slightest bit at all, pressing down one stone stake by one stone stake right away. When he shuming saw Yi Yuan's actions, his gaze involuntarily sharpened as he smacked his thigh and said, My word! Why didn't I think of that? So that's how it is. As he was saying, he shuming suddenly felt Ingtienya's gaze and said with a somber face, This punk must have watched me crack the formation first before perceiving the deceitful trick in it. City Lord, Your Excellency, you mustn't be deceived by him. Hoo, he's shumming, all the way until today, only now did I know that the word shameless was created specially for you. When you pushed down the first stone stake earlier, Yi Yuan already said that you got it wrong. Which also means that he already cracked this set of array formation long ago. You're actually still claiming credit for yourself. Truly shameless to the extreme. The Jun Tianyu, who was silent all along, suddenly said with a laugh. He shumming was just about to rebuke, only to hear a creak. Yi Yuan already pressed the final stone stake down. Rumble. The originally bare cliff actually started to fragment at this time, forming the shape of a sieve door. And this large door was currently opening slowly. This array formation was actually really the key to opening the ancient grotto. Ha ha! Master Yi is indeed impressive. Not like some people, only know how to brag. Ying Tianyao was also filled with displeasure towards He Shuming right now. It was just that he might still need him to take action at the back, that he did not fall out. Thinking back now, He Shuming was clearly that sort with superficial knowledge. Boasted to the skies, but could not do it at all, and even extorted a price right away. Yi Yuan, in contrast, he was already crystal clear about the array formation made up of these stone stakes long ago, but he did not mention a word about remuneration. With this contrast, the two parties' disparity was too huge. This He Shuming clearly hung around inside the trading company for a long time, his body exuding the stink of profit-seeking mentality all over, turning people off. He Shuming had a gloomy expression and did not say a single word by the side. But he hated Yi Yuan even more bitterly to the core. Inside this ancient grotto, if there's a chance, you must kill this boy. He Shuming transmitted to his companion. Okay, responded his companion, a heaven enlightenment realm expert. Since the entrance of this ancient grotto is already opened, the matter brooks no delay. Let's hurry in. Ying Tianyao was clearly eager to rescue and about to move inside immediately. Wait a minute, Yi Yuan said in a low voice. And, Master Yi, is there anything wrong? Ying Tianyao said curiously. Someone is lying in wait at the side, Yi Yuan said. Ying Tianyao was startled inwardly, and could not help looking around. They had already been here for a period of time, and he actually did not discover that there were people lying in wait at the side. Ha ha ha, Ying Tianyao, you came to my territory, but why didn't you let me know? Everyone is familiar with each other. You got to at least let me perform the duties of a host, no? The moment the voice rang out, over a dozen figures leaped up, surrounding Ying Tianyao's group in the center. When Ying Tianyao saw the arrival, his expression involuntarily darkened. Pei Wenxiang, what's the meaning of this? Pei Wenxiang looked at Ying Tianyao with an amused look and said smilingly, Ying Tianyao, these words I should be the one asking you, right? You came to my territory to conduct illegal activities. As Clear Reed City's city lord, shouldn't I investigate a bit? Ying Tianyao said with a cold sneer, investigate? You guys hide at the side furtively. You probably don't have good intentions, right? Pei Wenxiang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha, if not for you leading the way, this city lord would really not know that there was still such a secret grotto in my own domain. Furthermore, you all even opened the front door for this seat already. Really thanks a lot. Pei Wenxiang suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said, a divine traversing realm brat who's not only able crack an array formation that even a tier 7 array master couldn't crack, he's even able to discover us, these people who ate breath-concealing pills. Truly quite capable. Chapter 743, Soliciting. Chapter 743. Soliciting. Initially, I couldn't discover you people either. But the moment I cracked the array, someone amongst you guys became emotionally agitated, giving a trace of yourselves away, Yi Yuan said coolly. The breath-concealing pill was not considered a very ingenious medicinal pill in the divine realm. But it was a very practical medicinal pill, It was a very decent medicinal pill to use for lying low and tracking. It was just that the flaw of the breath-concealing pill was as obvious as its application, that was that the breath could not have the slightest trace of undulation. Otherwise, one would be exposed. That instant Yi Yuan cracked the formation just now, when the ancient grotto opened up, there was clearly someone who was overly surprised when seeing this scene, resulting in revealing a trace of a flaw. But even so, that hint of a flaw was definitely extremely minute. Otherwise, it was also not possible that even Ying Tianya and Jun Tianyu, this kind of powerhouses, did not discover it. Yet, this tiny trace of flaw was captured by Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang glared fiercely at the group of people behind, clearly very discontented by them making this sort of low-level mistake. The people Pei Wenxiang brought over were much stronger compared to Ying Tianya's group of people. Just the Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses were as many as 7 to 8. In terms of strength, they absolutely overpowered Yi Yuan's side. Therefore, even if exposed, he had nothing to fear too. Pei Wenxiang sized Yi Yuan up and suddenly said with a smile, "Boy, from just now, I've constantly been observing you. When that idiot triggered the arrows, I even thought that you were dead for sure. But I didn't expect that those arrows didn't even touch the fine hair on your body. Later, you cracked the array formation and even detected our existence. Truly remarkable. Boy, come and work for me, how about that? What Ying Tianya can give you, I'll double it. No, I'll give you triple." Ying Tianya could not help being startled inwardly when he heard that. He did not expect that Pei Wenxiang would actually snatch away his people right in front of him, and he also did not notice that Yi Yuan actually relied on his own ability to withstand the arrows earlier and even thought that it was Jun Tianyu assisting by the side. The might of those arrows earlier was absolutely not what a divine traversing realm could withstand. But Pei Wenxiang said that those arrows did not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Without any doubt, apart from pill refining, Yi Yuan still had many abilities that he did not know of. And these abilities were very likely to have an impact on the success or failure of this trip. The price which Pei Wenxiang gave, anyone would be moved. He did not have much restricting relations, Hi+P with Yi Yuan at all. If Yi Yuan really threw his lot in with the other party, then his losses would be huge. Yi Yuan, Pei Wenxiang, this guy. Ying Tianya was just about to speak but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. "City Lord Pei, I'm grateful that you think highly of me. Joining your side is no issue." Hearing these words, Ying Tianya's expression became ugly to the extreme, while Pei Wenxiang had a delighted look. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly switched his tune, but it will have to wait until after this trip wraps up. Pei Wenxiang's expression darkened and he said, "Are you messing with me?" Yi Yuan said with an innocent face, "How can this be called messing with you? This Yi has my own principles when doing things. I've already promised City Lord Ying for this trip, and I naturally have to do what was entrusted to me. After this trip is over, there naturally won't be any binding relations. Hi+P between him and me too. At that time, wouldn't joining Clear Reed City satisfy both sides?" Pei Wenxiang said with a cold sneer, "Brat, looks like you still haven't figured out the current situation." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I'm very clear about the current situation. You want to kill us, of course it can be done. But you at least have to pay the price of 5 to 6 people dying. If my conjectures are right, these few people should be the majority of the elites under you, right? If they all die, what right will you have to explore this ancient grotto? Of course, you can also report the situation here to the Holy Land and let the Holy Land send people to come and explore. But what has that got to do with you, City Lord Manor Pei?" Pei Wenxiang laughed coldly and said, 5 to 6 people? You're thinking too highly of Ying Tianya, no? He's my vanquished foe." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Who I'm talking about is naturally not City Lord Ying. Brother Jun is very famous in ancient opulent city. He once exterminated an ancient opulent city's major aristocratic family by himself. Dealing with 3 to 4 people shouldn't be an issue, right? Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, "You're that Jun Tianyu." Jun Tianyu said indifferently, "It's precisely this June." Yi Yuan was somewhat surprised though. He did not expect that Jun Tianyu's reputation was actually so great. Even Pei Wenxiang actually knew about him. Ying Tianya perceived Yi Yuan's doubt and explained, "The Holy Land solicited Jun Tianyu before but was rejected by him. Jun Tianyu is someone likely to comprehend a supreme true intent. The Holy Land naturally values him greatly." Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. Turns out that Jun Tianyu was an outstanding talent grazing in the wild. Ordinary people getting a Holy Land solicitation would definitely join without any hesitation. After all, the resources in a Holy Land were far from what a small city like ancient opulent city could compare to. But Jun Tianyu was an exception. He rejected the Holy Land's invitation without any hesitation. Brother Jun's decision is correct. Going to the Holy Land will only bury his talent. People who practice the sword devotes particular attention on freedom and being themselves. Where the person is going, the sword is headed. Although the resources of a Holy Land are generous, it will also restrain a martial artist's body and mind, restricting his comprehension towards sword Tao from there. Since time immemorial, all the people who had supreme accomplishments in sword Tao were mostly factionless, Yi Yuan evaluated. Jun Tianyu smiled when he heard that and said, "My parents gave birth to me, but Yi Yuan alone understands me." Ha! His actions were even denounced by many people back then. He did not expect that many years later, he would be fervently supported by Yi Yuan, making him have a feeling of sharing the same views and path. Moreover, Jun Tianyu knew that Yi Yuan's comprehension in sword Tao flung him several streets behind. Saying this sort of words naturally had the greatest right to speak. This also proved that his choice back then was correct. Except that although he knew Yi Yuan's master of the sword Tao, the others did not. Humph! A divine traversing realm boy babbling about sword Tao. Truly don't know what you're talking about. Fine, consider it your win. However, you guys all walk in front for me. Pei Wenxiang said somberly. He also did not expect that Ying Tianya actually brought Jun Tianyu here. This indeed made it rather troublesome for him. Therefore, Pei Wenxiang changed his mind at the last minute and decided to explore this ancient grotto together with Ying Tianya's party. Finding these guys to be cannon fodders seemed to be a pretty good choice too. You, Pei Wenxiang, don't go too overboard. On what basis should we scout the path for you? Ying Tianya said furiously. Based on that my strength is greater than yours. If you feel discontented, feel free to clash with me. Pei Wenxiang said with a smug look. Even if Jun Tianyu was here, their side strength was still absolutely powerful. 8 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses. This was absolutely a rather terrifying force. Yi Yuan gave Ying Tianya a signal with his eyes and said, "Fine then, you're ruthless. We'll take the lead then." Just like this, a group of people entered one by one into the ancient grotto. After their figures vanished in the cave, rumbling sounds came from behind. The precipice actually changed, returning to its appearance before they cracked the formation array. Seeing this sort of situation, Pei Wenxiang's expression changed. Looks like the way out is already cut off. We can only advance forward, Ying Tianya said with a cold smile. Chapter 744. Lotus Platform. Chapter 744. Lotus Platform. After entering the ancient grotto, there was a stretch of open area before their eyes. But very soon, someone discovered something amiss. Inside this grotto seems to have formed a universe of its own. I'm actually unable to fly. Everyone was alarmed inwardly when they heard that. Maneuvering essence energy a little, they discovered that they were indeed unable to fly. This grotto is indeed extremely bizarre. No wonder with Junior Apprentice Brother's strength. He got trapped here too, Ing Tianya said with furrowed brows. And? Junior apprentice brother? You're talking about Su Yan? Pei Wenxiang appeared rather surprised. Ing Tianya nodded and said, Junior apprentice brother unintentionally discovered this grotto, but he did not expect to get trapped here. I only knew about here after I received his transmission. Pei Wenxiang said in astonishment when he heard that. Su Yan's abilities are above yours and mine. Even he got trapped here. Hearing the two people's conversation, everyone's hearts tightened too. Looks like this grotto was not some easy to get along place. Just how strong the strength of the Su Yan from their mouths was, body knew. But it could be confirmed that he was stronger than these two mighty city lords. Even that Su Yan got trapped here. How the result of this trip would be was not easy to say. But He Shuming's expression changed and he said, City Lord Ing, you didn't say that your junior's strength is even more powerful than yours. Actually, this was the idea of whoever entered first was the master. Although situations of juniors being stronger than seniors were common, under the vast majority of circumstances, the seniors' strength were all stronger than the juniors. When He Shuming heard that Ing Tianya's junior got trapped in the ancient grotto but had not died yet, he instinctively felt that this trip's danger was not high. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to agree to come here. Ing Tianya said coolly, I didn't say, you didn't ask either, no? You! He Shuming choked up right away. Pei Wenxiang's eyes swiveled around and he said with a smile, Ing Tianya, this is your fault. Breaking into such a dangerous place, you got to at least make clear the relation of interest and harm with your companions. This current sort of situation, aren't you clearly cheating people? Pei Wenxiang, can you be any more shameless? Ing Tianya said with a cold snort. This sort of sowing dissension method was indeed overly obvious. He Shuming was not a fool either. How could he possibly not tell? But one had to acknowledge that Pei Wenxiang's words had indeed struck the bottom of his heart. Moreover, now that the story played out like this, how could He Shuming not perceive that Ing Tianya deliberately concealed the danger level of this trip? He was afraid that he and Yi Yuan would not be willing to come, so he did not state clearly. Though the method was a little coarse and shallow, the effects were excellent. Actually, Pei Wenxiang was not concerned with He Shuming's mood. He secretly scanned Yi Yuan's expression, but the result made him very disappointed. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm all the way, as if he did not hear it. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. All right, everyone says a few words less. The way out is already cut off now, saying anything is also late already. Everybody better advance ahead and explore. If there's anything, exiting this grotto then talk about it isn't late either. Luo Fang immediately stepped forward to smooth things over when he saw that the situation was not good. This current sort of situation, everyone did not have other alternatives either, and could only continue advancing forward. Before long, a large river blocked in front of everybody. We're all unable to fly. This large river has no bridge too. How should we cross? This large river was bare on the surface, and did not even have a bridge. Everyone was immediately stunned. Right now, everyone was all unable to fly. Could it be that they all had to wade through the river? Yi Yuan's gaze flashed briefly, and he casually tore off a corner of his sleeves and threw it in the water. The silk quality of his clothes was very soft and very light. But the moment it fell into the water, it actually vanished right away, sinking to the bottom of the water. He Shuming could not help exclaiming in shock when he saw the situation. Weak water. This is definitely weak water. 800 miles of quicksand world, 3,000 weak water deep. Goose feather unable to float, reed catkins sink to the bottom. Sup with He Shuming crying out, everyone's countenance changed abruptly. Rumor goes that weak water stems from the lands of extreme west. Why would it appear here? Legends has it that weak water is untraversable. What should we do now? Everyone exchanged glances, and were actually at a loss on what to do for some time. Pei Wenxiang mused for a moment, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan and asked, "Boy, you're able to discover the peculiarities of it. You must have a way to cross it, right?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists are all helpless. What measures do I, this divine traversing realm rookie, have?" Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes and then said with a cold smile, "If you have no methods, then you're useless already. Why not I throw you down the river right away?" He turned his head to look at Jun Tianyu and said, "Don't glare at me with that sort of gaze. No matter how powerful your individual strength is, it's also impossible to be our match. Moreover, even if you really make a move, you're probably not my match either." Pei Wenxiang had long seen through that Ying Tianya's side was divided into three factions. Ying Tianya's own faction, He Shuming's faction, and Yi Yuan's faction. Ying Tianya's side's overall strength was the greatest. Rather, it was Yi Yuan's side who only had Jun Tianyu alone, easier to need. "Humph. Do you really take this Ying as someone who only knows how to eat rice and does nothing?" Ying Tianya said. Pei Wenxiang laughed and said, "That alchemy saint clearly doesn't trust you anymore. Making a move now, you'll have even less of a chance of victory, no? Therefore, you'd best keep your mouth shut." "You!" Ying Tianya was choked badly by this. But his gaze looked towards He Shuming there and discovered that He Shuming seemed to really not have the intention of intervening. Very clearly, that side had already completely broken away from this side. If they really fought, he might even stand on Pei Wenxiang's side. Pei Wenxiang turned to Yi Yuan again and said smilingly, "How is it? Thought it through yet? Ying Tianya duping you over here clearly have no good intentions. Could it be that you're still going to work for him?" Yi Yuan shot Pei Wenxiang a glance and said, "The path is under your feet. It's just that you can't see it." "And? What does that mean?" As he was talking, Pei Wenxiang could not resist lowering his head and saw that he just happened to be stepping on a diagram of a lotus platform under his feet. "Try using strength to step on it," Yi Yuan said. Pei Wenxiang was just about to stamp down, but he changed his mind at the last minute and said to Yi Yuan, "You step it." Jun Tianyu's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Better let me." Yi Yuan stopped him with a hand gesture but stomped down with one foot. Creak. The next instant, a scene which left everyone dumbfounded happened. On that large weak water river, one lotus platforms after another actually appeared. The positions of these lotus platforms were all very disorderly, but between each one was roughly 1 step's distance. These lotus platforms suspended on top of the weak water, leading straight to the opposite S8. Just who was this grotto owned by? To actually have such mystical means. With these lotus platforms we can reach the opposite bank. A boundless realm martial artist was incomparably agitated and raised his foot, wanting to go and test if these lotus platforms were solid or not. "Don't step on it," Yi Yuan cried out, but it was already too late. That boundless realm martial artist actually trod on emptiness and fell into the large river with a splosh. Chapter 745. Lotus blooming at every step. Chapter 745. Lotus blooming at every step. Gurgle. That boundless realm martial artist did not even get to cry out and was engulfed straight away by the weak water. Everyone was all alarmed when they saw this scene. Pei Wenxiang gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, are you messing with me? These lotus platforms are not for use to cross the river at all." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Your subordinate was also too impatient. I even yelled out for him to not take on it, but he just wanted to do it. What could I do?" "You!" Pei Wenxiang could not help feeling stifled. Everyone all heard clearly just now that Yi Yuan indeed yelled out. It was just that the shout was slightly late, that was all. Yi Yuan's timing was grasped beautifully. Even Pei Wenxiang could not say anything as well. "Punk, don't play games with me. Otherwise, I'll throw you down immediately. Pei Wenxiang threatened. Go ahead and throw. I want to see just how you cross the river. Don't blame me for not warning you, these lotus platforms are real and illusory. One wrong step and you'll fall into the weak water. Yi Yuan said. What do you mean? Pei Wenxiang said grimly. These lotus platforms are indeed objects for crossing the river. It's just that each lotus platform was refined and formed through special method. An array formation is inscribed on top of each one, and these lotus platforms together make up another large-scale array formation. If one doesn't know the way to clear the hurdle, they will be like that subordinate of yours, treading onto nothing and falling into the river. Yi Yuan explained. Everyone drew a cold breath when they heard. They did not expect that there were actually still such mystical objects. Looks like the means of ancient martial artists were truly not what could be compared to presently. Which is also to say that apart from Yi Yuan, there is no one able to cross this river? Ing Tianya said. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't say that. Isn't there still an array master here? Maybe he has ways? Everyone could not help looking over towards He Shuming. He Shuming's face felt as if Ti was burning hot. He naturally also perceived that these lotus platforms were formed from array formations, but to talk about being able to cross these lotus platforms, he did not have any confidence at all. Enough C-R-A-P. Start crossing the river now. You go on the lotus platform first. Pei Wenxiang said with an impatient face. Fine, fine, fine. Your fist is big, whatever you say goes. Yi Yuan walked in front of the first row of lotus platforms with a helpless look. Everyone all held their breaths, waiting for Yi Yuan to take the first step. Actually, the people on Pei Wenxiang's side and He Shuming all hoped for Yi Yuan to fall right down. But they were also worried that after Yi Yuan dropped down, they would really have no way of crossing the river. Then there was only waiting to die here. Yi Yuan did not walk onto the lotus platform right away, but slowly shut his eyes, his entire person entering a state of emptiness. In an instant, the positions of all of the lotus platforms were all imprinted inside Yi Yuan's mind. Heart-like monolith. Terrific boy. I really don't know how you, this brat, cultivate to actually be so monstrous. The knowledge and experience of the divine realms people were far from comparable to the lower realms. The moment Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith heart realm, it was discovered by Pei Wenxiang. Of course, the ones shocked were not only Pei Wenxiang. There was even Ing Tianya and Jun Tianyu. Pei Wenxiang did not know, but the two of them knew that Yi Yuan ascended from the lower realms. A lower realms martial artist was actually able to comprehend heart-like monolith. This was simply something inconceivable. Especially Jun Tianyu. He discovered that the more time he spent with Yi Yuan, the less his understanding of Yi Yuan was instead. Suddenly, Yi Yuan opened his eyes at this time and slowly lifted his right foot, stepping onto a lotus platform in front. The other martial artists were all nearly suffocating. They very much wanted to see what kind of outcome Yi Yuan's feet stepping down would be. Yi Yuan's right foot slowly landed and finally stepped onto the lotus platform. Tread down solidly. With this, everyone's suspended hearts finally eased up. Excellent. Turns out that these platforms really can cross the river, someone said excitedly. However, when Yi Yuan placed his other foot onto the lotus platform too, a scene which made them stare with their mouths agape happened. Apart from that lotus platform Yi Yuan stood on, all of the lotus platforms vanished without a trace. What's going on here? Where are those lotus platforms? Only one lotus platform, how to cross the river? Pei Wenxiang said as his expression changed. Yi Yuan did not speak, but turned right and tread out a foot directly. Yi Yuan's feet landed right onto a lotus platform without deviation, while that lotus platform he stood on previously likewise vanished from sight. How can it be like this? The hearts of the martial artists which had just eased up tightened up once again. Only when there were people on the lotus platform would it manifest itself. When there was no one, the lotus platforms would not appear. Which was also to say that if one did not remember the positions of the lotus platforms, it was very likely to step onto nothing and drop down. The lotus platforms were not large, just nice able to put down both feet. If it was like this, then it could only be one after another. Furthermore, there must not be any bit of error at all. Even if one stepped wrongly by half a foot, it was the possibility of falling down too. Like this, it was easier for those at the front to not make mistakes. But the people behind, who could guarantee not making errors at all, stepping exactly onto the footprints of that person before? Moreover, the further they walked, everyone's footsteps would more or less have some minute deviations. The likelihood of falling down was greater too. This way, who walked at the front was very important. Pei Wenxiang stood on the position Yi Yuan was standing at before with a leap without any words, not the slightest bit off. Clear Reed City's martial artists, all follow me closely. Don't step wrongly. Heaven enlightenment realms in front, boundless realms behind. One after another, look closely under other people's feet. Pei Wenxiang said. What right do your Clear Reed City's people have to go first? Going on these lotus platforms, who cares about who? At most, fight it out to the death. Ing Tianya said with a cold snort. Fine, you go first. Our two sides go one by one. You have no objections now, right? Under this sort of circumstances, Pei Wenxiang had no choice but to compromise too. If they were to fight on these lotus platforms, all of them were doomed. Jun Tianyu did not speak at all by the side. Suddenly, he received Yi Yuan's transmission in his sea of consciousness, saying, Brother Jun, this is the lotus platform's distribution diagram. You memorize the positions well. Make sure not to step wrongly. The voice had yet to fade when inside his sea of consciousness actually had an additional diagram. It was precisely that the distribution diagram of those lotus platforms previously. Jun Tianyu was astonished inwardly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually able to portray such a distribution diagram with the power of the divine soul. It was truly fantastical. Okay, I've memorized it, Jun Tianyu replied. Aren't you guys moving yet? I'm leaving first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan took a step out right away, stepping onto a lotus platform once more. Punk your B-A-L-L-S-Y. Pei Wenxiang roared, but his feet did not dare to remain, hastily catching up. Yi Yuan's footsteps did not stop at all but became increasingly faster instead. He knew the distribution situation of the lotus platforms like the palm of his hand. The places he stepped was also not the slightest bit off. Pei Wenxiang followed step by step behind, and did not have the time to think about other things at all. His pair of eyes glued tightly at Yi Yuan's legs, not daring to make any mistake at all. Chapter 746. Sink into the water. Chapter 746. Sink into the water, everybody, keep up. Make sure not to step wrongly. Everyone was not allowed to think too much either. The martial artists at the back all kept in pace one after another. Of course, the boundless realms could only stare blankly and did not dare to go up at all. This place had a bunch of heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses. Wasn't SNATC Hing with them courting death? Jun Tianyu did not have the intention of moving, while he Shuming and his companion followed after the Clear Reed City's martial artists. Only after they all went up did Jun Tianyu take his time to step onto the lotus platform. Only after was it those boundless realm martial artists. These boundless realm martial artists' strength were meager but benefited from Jun Tianyu inadvertently. While at this time Yi Yuan's steps were getting faster and faster. Towards the back, he actually used one foot to step onto the lotus platforms. Even if Pei Wenxiang's strength was exceedingly great, his forehead was also matted with sweat beads. All the nerves in his body were tightly wound up, fearful of making a hint of mistake. If he missed a step, that was no joke. He did not have Yi Yuan's heart-like monolith powerful heart realm, and was unable to accurately determine the positions of each lotus platform. There were around 10,000 lotus platforms on the river. Wanting to not make any errors at all along the way was very difficult. Some areas still had to be advanced in a roundabout way and not advance forward all the way. Yi Yuan could even be face to face with the people behind sometimes. It was just that those people were all glued to the feet of the person in front and did not have the energy to go and care about him at all. Because Yi Yuan's speed increase was very sudden, apart from Pei Wenxiang and Ying Tianya, the others were half a beat slower. This also made a cut-off form between them, and not one following the other. When it was just starting, the other martial artists were still able to barely not make mistakes. But towards the back, there was gradually someone unable to sustain any more. Arg! A tragic cry. Finally, someone missed a step and fell into the surging river water and was instantly drowned. This tragic cry was extremely ear-piercing, startling everyone. The martial artists behind that person all stopped their footsteps and actually did not dare to move anymore. The martial artists at the back were covered in sweat and actually did not know where to step. In contrast, Yi Yuan bloomed lotuses with each step, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, leisurely and unhurriedly. Before long, Yi Yuan leaped and actually arrived at the opposite exit. Already. While at this time, Pei Wenxiang already fell behind him quite a few lotus platforms. But Pei Wenxiang never took his eyes off of Yi Yuan's footsteps all along and already memorized the positions of these few lotus platforms. You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang landed, the suppressed fury in his heart very much wanting to erupt out. This Yi Yuan was clearly walking so fast intentionally, so as to make those people behind all unable to keep up. Truly malicious. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, with so many of your subordinates to be buried with me, it isn't a bad choice either. Pei Wenxiang's face turned black, and he could not help turning around to look at river surface. This shock was by no means trivial. Apart from the three of them, everyone all stopped at the center of the large river. The person in the lead was precisely his subordinate. That person stood on a lotus platform vacantly. How was there any demeanor of a heaven enlightenment realm expert at this time? He was totally a helpless child. "See, City Lord, save me!" cried out that martial artist. Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan with a grim face and said through gnashed teeth, "You're very good. Looks like you really don't know how the word death is written." Yi Yuan supported his forehead with his hand and said, "Oh no, I'm the most scared of others intimidating me. Once I'm frightened, I'll become forgetful. Which step is he supposed to take next?" Pei Wenxiang gnashed his teeth in anger but was completely helpless. He had his eyes fixed onto Yi Yuan's footsteps all along just now and did not remember how the whole route should be walked at all. Which was also to say that only Yi Yuan had the ability to bring his subordinates over to this side now. But Ying Tianya at the sides did not make a sound. He knew that Yi Yuan doing that just now was not just in order to deal with Pei Wenxiang. There was even the intention of warning him in it. Concealing the risk of this ancient grotto, although Yi Yuan did not say, it did not mean that he had no complaints at all. Yi Yuan was trying to warn him through this incident that without him, Yi Yuan, forget about rescuing Su Yan from here. In all honesty, even Ying Tianya himself also did not expect that he would actually have to rely on Yi Yuan everywhere after entering the ancient grotto. While they all, these heaven enlightenment realm experts, actually became completely useless and could only accept Yi Yuan's arrangements passively. Outside the grotto was like so, after entering the grotto was similarly like that. Pei Wenxiang's expression was incomparably ugly. But he still compromised in the end. "Shoot away, what terms do you have?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. "Now this is the attitude of negotiating. My condition is very simple. Each person, 100,000 Earth Essence crystals. Yi Yuan's cultivation currently consumed earth essence crystals too fiercely. Catching a large fish now, how could he not butcher properly? Receiving money according to the number of people, this was Yi Yuan's specialty. Back then at the Grand Yen True Sect's ruins, he extorted the Heavenly Sky sect just like this. Speaking of which, apart from earth essence crystals, it seemed like other things were not very useful to him either. Pei Wenxiang's 2 eyes went wide. One person 100,000. Why don't you go and rob us? 150,000. Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to bargain at all, adding 50,000 right away. Pei Wenxiang could not help choking up. This punk was too capable of profiting from other people's misfortune. Currently, he was fish on somebody's chopping board. Pei Wenxiang could not do anything to him either. There are 500,000 earth essence crystals. The remainder wait until after they all cross over safely, then give you. Pei Wenxiang threw Yi Yuan a storage ring and said solemnly. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the storage ring straight away. Then he yelled to that martial artist in the center of the river, 1 foot left. That martial artist was still hesitating when he heard Yi Yuan's words. But Pei Wenxiang yelled at the top of his voice, follow his instructions and walk. That martial artist did not hesitate anymore, advancing a foot's distance immediately. Indeed, there was a lotus platform which appeared under his feet. 2 feet left. 1.5 foot forward. The distance between each lotus platform was different. Yi Yuan was able to understand the mysteries of the array formation in such a short while and memorize the positions of 10,000 lotus platforms. How powerful a divine soul did this require? Previously, Pei Wenxiang kept walking with Yi Yuan and did not think that much. Now, only when listening to Yi Yuan directing his subordinates did he realize how monstrous Yi Yuan was. 1 foot right. Arg! A tragic scream. That heaven enlightenment realm martial artist at the front fell into the river immediately. Pity that he was quaking with fear on the lotus platforms for so long. In the end, he still fell down. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? Pei Wenxiang's chest was about to explode from anger. To say that this was not intentional by Yi Yuan, he would not believe even if he was beaten to death either. Oh my, really sorry about that. Should be 1.5 foot right. I remembered wrongly. This earth essence crystals not being the right amount, I'll remember wrongly when I'm careless. Really sorry about it. Too bad, 150,000 earth essence crystals. Hit the waters just like this. Sigh. Yi Yuan's look of regret made Pei Wenxiang have an impulse to vomit blood. A heaven enlightenment realm was actually used to hit the waters by him just like this. This guy was simply detestable to the extreme.